SCP-682 must be destroyed as soon as possible. So begins the SCP Foundation file on the dreaded SCP-682, a highly intelligent reptilian monster that has, despite the Foundation's best efforts, proved impossible to kill. It may not be the most dangerous SCP out there, considering that some are capable of eliminating entire realities, but it's one of the most iconic. And you've probably heard tales of the monster that death forgot, and you know exactly why everyone is so afraid of the so-called hard-to-kill reptile. It's been subjected to some of the most deadly weapons and traps the Foundation could devise, and survived attacks from some of its deadliest fellow SCPs. But before we tell you about the Foundation's many failed assassination attempts against the so-called hard-to-kill reptile, we need a little more groundwork on what this creature even is. The first thing to know about SCP-682 is that this thing wants you and everything you know dead. Unlike some other creatures like SCP-096 and SCP-173, which are murderous but exhibit no real higher processing skills, SCP-682 possesses cunning, advanced reasoning, and even human-level logical intelligence. SCP-682 can engage you in conversation, but just talking to the creature calmly and cordially will sometimes cause it to enter its rage state, where it becomes even more dangerous and volatile. The beast is perpetually kept in a tank of powerful hydrochloric acid, melting its tissue to prevent it from reaching its full potential and going on a rampage. The creature's most terrifying asset, and the reason it's proven impossible to terminate thus far, is its incredible adaptability to any and all external stimuli. 682 is a reactive being, capable of not only surviving and regenerating from all attacks, but often incorporating those attacks into its own wide arsenal. In other words, if you're hoping to kill this thing, you better kill it on the first hit. Because if you don't, you better believe it's gonna hit you back 100 times harder. This brings us to the main event. Some of the SCP Foundation's most ambitious and frightening attempts to terminate SCP-682, or even understand how it could theoretically be terminated. There are quite literally too many unsuccessful attempts for us to list them all here, so think of this as a highlight reel of the Foundation's most prominent failures. 682 was first cross-tested with SCP-017, a humanoid shadow entity shown to be able to consume matter with its shadows and leave no traces behind. Tests on tissue samples from 682 showed that SCP-017 was able to consume said tissues with no adverse effects. However, when SCP-017 was placed into the containment chamber with the actual creature, 682 let out a horrific roar that was so loud it damaged nearby audio equipment. SCP-017 fled to the corner of the room, and 682, in its rage state, attempted to breach containment. Agents managed to suppress and remove the creature, but no meaningful damage was logged. Attempt failed. SCP-173, the killer statue, was later brought in, hoping that its thus far impeccable track record for killing would hold strong. The second that 173 was introduced into the testing area, 682 retreated to the far wall and began screeching intensely. It was intelligent enough to know what it was dealing with here. While the researchers and guards expected an instantaneous reaction, there was actually a stalemate for over 6 hours, as 682 stared at 173 continuously. Eventually, the tie was broken when agents shot out 682's eyes with high-caliber sniper rifles, breaking the line of sight and causing 173 to attack. Though 682 sustained damage to several parts of its body, while its eyes regenerated, the creature was not killed. It then regenerated a number of eyes all over its body, covered in a clear armored carapace that made them resistant to bullets. The stalemate continued for an additional 12 hours as 682 maintained perpetual eye contact. 173 was eventually removed from the containment unit, and the mission was aborted. Attempt failed. In their desperation, the SCP Foundation restored to bringing in another dangerous and seemingly unkillable monster to take on 682. SCP-096, also known as the Shy Guy. As astute SCP fans will already know, this being kills anything that sees its face, with no known exceptions, and when it enters its attack mode, it's thought to be quite literally unstoppable. Or at least, it was. While SCP-096 was able to destroy 85% of 682's original body mass during their 27-hour battle, it was left mentally broken, wounded, and huddled in the corner. To this day, if ever confronted with SCP-682, the Shy Guy reacts in pure terror, turning away and clawing at its own face. Attempt failed. During a deadly containment breach, SCP-682 also went head-to-head organically with another iconic SCP Hall of Famer, SCP-106, also known as the Old Man. The Old Man and a shape-shifting psionic anomaly known as SCP-953 broke into 682's containment cell. The Old Man pulled both of his fellow anomalous combatants into his pocket dimension to continue the battle on his terms. However, despite losing 67% of his body mass during the ensuing pocket dimension showdown, 682 still prevailed, with the Old Man eventually fleeing back to his cell and 953 being collected and taken away by agents. Once again, SCP-682 continued to hold the title. But it wasn't just cross-testing experiments, intentional or otherwise. The SCP Foundation's quest to kill 682 led them to a number of more conventional murder methods, all with varying degrees of success. Due to SCP-682's highly adaptive abilities, some methods were discounted from the outset. For example, launching a powerful thermonuclear missile at the creature was soundly rejected by O5 Command, on the premise that if the creature wasn't destroyed and evolved to the point where it could shrug off nukes, humanity would be pretty much done for. Other ideas were abandoned just for being too ridiculous, such as one researcher's suggestion to fly the creature through the air and drop it from a considerable height, hoping to kill it with a high-altitude impact. I'm not sure we even need to tell you why that's a terrible idea, but during the experiments on SCP-682, the studies range from honest to incompetent to straight-up evil. One guest researcher fed 2 small innocent children to the creature just to see what would happen. He was then himself fed to the creature for his sadistic behavior, which was viewed as getting in the way of his professional conduct. After all, the Foundation is meant to be cold, not cruel. It was SCP-682 that had the monopoly on cruelty. Mimetic kill agents were a resounding failure. They attempted to dismember 682 with a powerful laser, only to have the creature develop reflective surfaces that displaced the beam and caused catastrophic damage to the area around it. They attempted to kill the creature by sucking all the air out of its containment facility and create a vacuum, but it expelled a dangerous gaseous compound that reacted violently and exploded when air was once again introduced into the room. The Foundation used high-precision blades to slice SCP-682 into approximately 12,000 pieces, then separated these pieces. Unsurprisingly, by this point, this attempt also failed. The 12,000 pieces reformed a short while later into the fully operational killing machine we all know and fear. In one particularly frightening display of intelligence and adaptability, the Foundation attempted to kill 682 with extreme heat, but it shielded itself by developing a second carapace composed of solid helium. When personnel entered the room following the failed attempt on the creature's life, it shattered its helium carapace into deadly shards that fired around the room and shredded all Foundation personnel in attendance. It had set a trap, and that trap had been wildly successful. The creature's ability to adapt to seemingly any offense is unparalleled, to the point where Foundation staff have no idea how to classify this creature, whether it's organic, inorganic, or even alive at all based on any definitions we could understand. At every turn, the creature just raised more questions. What is it? Is it possible to destroy it at all by any means? Who was even trying to kill who here? Because it certainly seemed like SCP-682 had a masterful KD ratio by now. More extreme feats of cross-testing continued in the Foundation's growing desperation to eliminate this monster. SCP-162, which is a hypnotic ball of sharp objects, hooks, and high-tension fishing line, was introduced to 682's containment cell. The hooks latched onto the creature and tore huge portions off, including its entire lower jaw and one of its limbs. However, 682 was still able to breach containment, kill 11 people, and badly wound 86 others. It regenerated its severe injuries in no time. The beast was even taken to the domain of the Gate Guardian, one of the proposals for SCP-001. The Guardian had a flaming sword hotter than the sun, capable of destroying its targets on an atomic level. Naturally, SCP-682 survived and regenerated. Perhaps the most fascinating cross-test of all was between 682 and SCP-053, who manifests as a kind, innocent little girl with the unfortunate condition of causing homicidal tendencies in all who come into contact with her for more than 10 minutes. The people with these tendencies would then attempt to harm the girl, but would immediately drop dead shortly after, leaving the girl intact. The researchers present anticipated two possible outcomes here. The optimistic outcome, in which 682 enters a rage state, attacks 053, and died for good, and the realistic outcome, in which 682 attacks 053, possibly experiencing some minor injury or nothing at all, and 053 had to be removed from the containment cell. But that didn't happen. What did occur was considerably more shocking than any kind of violence. When 053 entered 682's containment chamber, the monster became uncharacteristically docile. Researchers and staff were baffled and watched with amazement as 053 approached the terrifying, immortal, mass-murdering monster and began to play with it. 682 even allowed 053 to draw on its face with crayons. Researchers thought they must have been dreaming, seeing this surreal display play out. 053 even appeared to have affection for this unkillable misanthrope. It was a single act in defiance of everything they thought they knew. When Foundation personnel entered the containment cell to separate the two, 682 went ballistic and killed multiple guards. 053 also wept, sad at being separated from her new friend. To this day, despite further testing, the Foundation has no idea how or why this happened. Like many details surrounding SCP-682, it's shrouded in deeply frustrating mystery. And so the tale of SCP-682 continues, in spite of the Foundation's best efforts. The monster continues to breach containment and slaughter with some regularity, taking out its seemingly limitless hatred for not only human beings, but anything that dares draw breath. Nobody knows where exactly the creature is from, what its true nature is, or why its ability to adapt and regenerate far exceeds any known organism on this planet. Perhaps one day, through enough research and cross-testing, we can someday answer these questions with scientific precision, but until then, we only have one answer. Hatred never dies. Here we go again. It's time to return to the acid-filled containment chamber of SCP-682. More commonly known as the hard-to-destroy reptile. We've spoken about him and the ways the SCP Foundation has attempted to destroy him in a previous video. But as we said back then, we really only scratched the surface of the huge number of insane ways the Foundation has tried to wipe this cranky lizard off the face of the Earth. Today, we're filling in some of the cracks and taking a look at the secret test logs detailing the Foundation's unsuccessful quest to finally destroy SCP-682. Some of these may surprise you, and if you're a real SCP expert, you may just recognize some familiar faces we meet along the way. Esteemed Foundation researcher Dr. Alto Clef, famed for his somewhat unconventional personality, entered the test chamber to see if he could intimidate the beast to death. This resulted in a long staring contest between Dr. Clef and 682. Towards the end of the competition, Dr. Clef began to lose his nerve. He tried to leave the room, only to find that the door was locked, causing him to swear loudly. Dr. Clef, who always tries to find the most direct solution to his problems, blew up the door with plastic explosives and ran off. The result? Test failed. Next came SCP-662, a silver handbell that summons the supernaturally helpful butler, Mr. Deeds. When Mr. Deeds was summoned, Foundation researchers asked him if he could kill SCP-682. Deeds politely explained that he wouldn't be capable of killing 682. It's just too strong. When he asked if he could at least incapacitate 682, he replied that the best way to do this would be to poison himself and allow 682 to eat his body. But this, he reminded, would only be a temporary problem for the lizard. Another test failed. The Foundation brought in SCP-689, a terrifying soapstone statue of a sitting skeleton that can kill you if you see it and then stop paying attention to it. 682 first observed the statue, and then the Foundation turned off the lights. When they turned them back on, SCP-682 appeared to be dead in a puddle of gray and black liquid. D-Class personnel were sent in to confirm that 682 was actually dead, but it instead got up and killed them. Researchers theorize that 682's definition of life is not quite the same as ours, rendering 689's death-related powers ineffective. Test failed, yet again. SCP-807 was next up to bat. This is an anomalous salmon-colored ceramic dinner plate with the words "Last Chance Diner" printed on the edges in white. Any food placed on it becomes irresistible by any definition, but when the food is consumed, it causes immediate cardiac arrest due to the sudden clogging of arteries with fat. Researchers made a meal known as the 682 Special. 10 kilograms of rotten meat and sharpened bone splinters, 10 liters of rancid mayonnaise, 1 liter of potassium cyanide, and 1 kilogram of morphine hydrochloride, combined into a solid mass and transmuted by 807. When 682 consumed this disgusting meal, it appeared to collapse. However, when D-Class personnel were sent in again to see whether 682 was truly out for the count, multiple holes opened up in its body. These holes fired out high-pressure jets of blood, killing the nearby D-Classes and destroying the containment cell. 682 was fine afterwards. Another test failed. To kill 682, it seemed that the Foundation really needed to have God on their side. So they tried to recruit SCP-343, also known as God, to help them destroy the beast. However, when he entered the containment chamber, he somehow couldn't even see the beast. When researchers asked him whether he could kill 682, God replied, "He's not one of mine. Deal with him yourself." Test failed before it even began. Next, the Foundation recruited SCP-524, a small white rabbit that can eat literally anything, including itself, without being harmed. The rabbit was released into SCP-682's chamber, at which point it approached 682 and began to eat one of its legs. 682 roared in pain and scuttled up the wall, out of 524's reach, where it remained for a number of hours. At this point, SCP-524 seemed to become bored and began eating its way out of containment through a nearby wall. Test failed. Maybe the luck of the Irish was what the Foundation needed to finally put this monster to rest. They recruited SCP-1933, a fat man dressed as Santa Claus whose bodily fluids consist entirely of the alcoholic beverage known as Irish cream. If enough of this man's self-produced Irish cream is fed to something, they'll find that all of their bodily fluids have become Irish cream too, killing them. The Foundation fed large quantities of this Irish cream to SCP-682, and it actually had an effect, causing 682 to appear intoxicated, which was a promising sign. However, it soon vomited out a massive quantity of SCP-1933 bodily fluids, turning the walls of its cell into Irish cream and allowing it to escape and wreak havoc. Test failed. Big time. The Foundation recruited the help of SCP-2337, an intelligent corncrake known as Dr. Spanko, with a voice so loud it can quite literally talk its victims to death if it speaks to them for an extended period of time. It was sent into SCP-682's chamber to attempt to destroy the beast, but 682 just told it to leave, and the talkative bird obliged by blowing away one of the chamber walls with a yell, allowing SCP-682 to breach containment again. Terrible job, Dr. Spanko. Test failed. The Foundation researchers were starting to get a little frustrated with their lack of progress, which you can no doubt sympathize with, and they even pitched the possibility of sending SCP-682 into an alternate dimension, where perhaps it would enter into a stalemate against its alternate self. But this pitch was shot down by the O5 Council on the grounds that it was way too risky. Back to the drawing board, by which we mean they literally transformed 682's skin into a kind of drawing board. SCP-2521 is an anomaly that manifests anytime information about it is recorded, and immediately grabs the source of the information, wrapping it in its tendrils and taking it away with it. The Foundation sought to take advantage of this by using a laser cutter to cut this anomalous information into SCP-682's side. However, this didn't have the results they were hoping for. SCP-2521 did turn up to take the information, but it only took the skin on which the information was carved. 682 survived and quickly grew back its skin. Test failed again. Researchers suggested tracking down SCP-169, an obscenely massive underwater creature known as the Leviathan, and feeding 682 to the beast. However, this idea was also immediately shot down by the O5 Council. If 682 did what it did best, which was surviving attacks and adding them to its own arsenal, then it might grow to the size of SCP-169. which would likely trigger an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. It simply was not worth the risk. Test failed before it even started. The Foundation released 2 specimens of SCP-939 into 682's test chamber. These voice-imitating, amnesia-inducing monsters have caused huge damage to human targets, so it was hoped that they may be able to do something to 682. But this hope turned out to be misplaced. Both specimens seemed extremely distressed by 682's presence and refused to engage at all. 682 did not share the same apprehension about attacking. It charged in and brutally killed both before devouring their corpses. Test failed. In a very well-documented case, the adorable SCP-999 was introduced into 682's test chamber. The unassailable good vibes provided by 999, as well as an intense tickle fight, did actually lead to the temporary incapacitation of SCP-682. However, the otherwise wholesome incident ended in tragedy when 682 adapted to the good vibes and was able to release a kind of violent laughter wave. This incapacitated much of the staff and allowed 682 to breach containment and go on another killing spree before being recontained. Test, once again, failed. The next test involved SCP-294, an anomalous coffee machine that can produce any liquid typed into its keypad. Foundation researchers requested SCP-682 Killer from the machine and were astounded by the results. During tests on the liquid with SCP-682 tissue samples, the liquid was surprisingly effective and caused the 682 tissue to decay and crumble. Tests on the living creature were similarly promising. The acid in 682's tank was temporarily lowered, and 1 liter of SCP-682 Killer was poured onto the reptile's head, causing that portion of its flesh to immediately decay. When the acid was returned, the same portion that had the liquid poured on it dissolved instantly. Test, well, not quite successful, but promising, and requiring further research. Foundation scientists believe that if they could one day get a large enough quantity of this liquid, they might have a viable option. But until then, the tests march on. For another experiment, they introduced SCP-055 into the containment chamber of SCP-682. SCP-055, also known as the Self-Keeping Secret, is a mysterious anomaly that can only be described by what it isn't. For example, we know that SCP-055 is not round, but that was pretty much it. Now, however, we know something else about SCP-055, that it can't kill SCP-682. Test failed, but at least we know twice as much about SCP-055 as we did before. Next came SCP-082, better known as Fernand the Cannibal. Fernand was first presented a piece of flesh from 682, but rather than eating it, he inspected it and began to express joy that his friend still lived. When introduced into 682's testing chamber, Fernand attempted to subdue the lizard and use it as his steed. 682 expressed an intense hatred for both Fernand and the idea of being ridden like a pony, and the two of them engaged in combat. Mobile task forces were eventually brought in to subdue both subjects. In a debrief interview, both hinted that they shared history prior to containment, but 682 was reluctant to talk about it further. Test entertaining, but still a failure. Researchers were becoming extremely frustrated with SCP-682's unwillingness to die, so they called in an SCP who responded to reason much better. SCP-049, the Plague Doctor. This sinister surgeon can kill with a touch, and the Foundation hoped that his abilities would extend to 682. However, the result was a dud. The Plague Doctor did touch 682, but it experienced no adverse effects and eventually swiped at the Doctor. Upon leaving, 049 reported feeling emotionally disturbed by his encounter with SCP-682. Yep, you guessed it. Test failed. If it gives you any indication of just how desperate the researchers were at this point, Dr. Graham pondered whether introducing 682 to a human with just as pessimistic and misanthropic feelings as itself would somehow pacify it. They sent in a particularly nasty D-Class, and the two spoke. Fascinatingly, 682 didn't attempt to harm this D-Class. They just shared their profane and bleak sentiments about the human race with one another. However, some of 682's opinions were a little too spicy for this D-Class. After listening to the reptile speak for 20 minutes, the D-Class fell into a catatonic state from the sheer depression of it all. He died not long after. One researcher suggested perhaps the worst idea of all, letting SCP-682 out into the wild. Not even really to terminate it, just to see what it does. The scientists figured there would be some merit in analyzing the creature's behavior. This idea was submitted anonymously, of course. It seems even the most sadistic of researchers know better than to put their name on an idea like that. As you can probably guess, this request was shot down by the O5 Council. The note attached to the request by one of its members summed it up best. "I'll tell you what it will do. It'll go out for a nice stroll, murder a few innocent people, go fishing, slaughter a few more innocent people, start up a tech company, eat a few more innocent people, go on a vacation to Florida, dismember a few more innocent people. I swear, when I find out who wrote this, you can personally enter 682's containment chamber to analyze him yourself." This has been far from an exhaustive account of all the different ways the SCP Foundation has tried to terminate SCP-682. But it shouldn't be surprising that all of their ideas have either been failures or were too risky to even try. Sadly for the SCP Foundation and the human race, it's likely we'll be dealing with SCP-682 for a long time to come. SCP-682. Does it even require an introduction? The SCP Foundation thinks this cantankerous reptile needs a serious attitude adjustment, by which we mean they really want to kill it. But as you might have seen in our previous videos on the subject, they don't call this monstrosity the hard-to-destroy reptile for nothing. That's why we've done what the Foundation isn't allowed to. We outsourced the dirty job of squashing this lizard to all of you. We made a community post asking for your ideas on how this scaly abomination can finally be destroyed, and you delivered big time. A truly staggering amount with over 6,000 comments. Now let's see if we can finally get our answer, because believe us, the Foundation is desperate at this point. I don't know what to write for a name said, the most effective way that Dr. Bright approves of, chainsaw cannon. As awesome as a chainsaw cannon would probably be to use, it sadly wouldn't be very effective against SCP-682. Chainsaws are blades, and we know from the Termination test logs that blades have been ineffective. Even when SCP-682 is chopped up into tiny little pieces, those pieces have a nasty habit of reforming into the big, ugly monster we all know and fear. Awesome Cardinal said, the SCP Foundation could try to bring it to the void in Russia where the pattern screamers are. This was a popular idea, and the Foundation actually tried this. The SCP being referred to here is SCP-3930, a big old pile of nothing in Russia that causes things inside it to stop existing. When they threw SCP-682 inside, it technically did stop existing. Despite this, it could still be perceived, and still cause the deaths of all surrounding researchers. 15 hours later, it just reappeared in its containment chamber, apparently totally fine. You can probably see why the Foundation is frustrated by this thing. Score Crow and friends said, "Black hole. Need I say more?" You may need to say a little more. For starters, there would be logistical issues in actually getting the creature anywhere near a black hole. But there's also the concern that it may just adapt its body to respond to the intense gravity present near a black hole. Or even scarier, somehow adapt to reproduce the powers of a black hole. It probably wouldn't be worth the risk of ending up with a reptile capable of creating gamma-ray bursts. Stellar Solar Sky said, "Put the reptile inside nuclear fusion and watch its particles disappear." The Foundation tried something pretty close to this, by trying to put it inside SCP-536, a chamber where they can use dials to control the physical contents within. They increased the speed of light and nuclear force within the chamber, which caused SCP-682 to disintegrate until all that was left was a piece of matter 1% of its original size. However, the creature then reformed and killed the researchers. Later tests showed that its body had become an unknown form of matter, held together by quantum effects impossible to unravel with our current understanding of science. Brea Fun said, So you know that coffee machine thing that is $2.94? Type in 682 killing substance and then repeat that until you have enough to fill its entire room, then fill it. They did actually try this, and the resulting substance was effective in damaging SCP-682's tissue. However, the one problem is that it's extremely difficult to produce enough of this stuff to actually submerge the creature. Worse still, if enough was made to cause significant damage to the body of SCP-682, it may adapt to the chemical as a defense mechanism, making it ineffective as a weapon. Its adaptive ability is truly SCP-682's greatest asset when it comes to thwarting the Foundation's constant attempts to kill it. Alex Webb said, "Ask it kindly to die. We don't believe that the Foundation has actually ever tried this one, but just based on the fact that SCP-682 is a huge jerk on top of being an omnicidal monster, he probably wouldn't respond to polite requests." iFlashboy said, "I wonder if Doomslayer could defeat the reptile. He's torn through every demon in hell and even titans. So would 682 be a challenger or just another Tuesday for the Slayer?" That's a slightly trickier one. Of course, since they exist in different universes, we'll never see an official battle between the Doomslayer and SCP-682. However, given that the Doomslayer's weapons are all conventional, meaning largely based around slashing, crushing, shooting, and blasting, we don't know whether he'd actually be able to slay the beast. That being said, we don't know if 682 could kill him either. We could have a stalemate on our hands here. Amanda Brenneman said, "I asked my sister, who's never heard of SCPs, this question, and her answer was, 'You hit it again.' Amanda, your sister may be the one to finally stop this creature. Getting the two of them in the same room may be the biggest logistical problem here." Samuel Pasquale said, "Throwing him down SCP-087 so he suffers and is contained once and for all in the improbable case he is still alive." SCP-087. The Endless Staircase can be a dangerous anomaly for humans who don't know what they're getting into. However, SCP-682 would likely detect the threat far earlier than any human, and then breach containment. It's definitely gotten out of stickier situations. Yashashiri Chara said, "Send him to Endless IKEA where he will be trapped forever." Much like SCP-087, the Endless IKEA wouldn't pose the same threat to SCP-682 as it would for the average human trapped inside. The staff would be no trouble for 682, and it would be able to devote pretty much all of its time in there to finding a way out. And when he did finally break out, he'd probably be armed with the terrifying knowledge of how to correctly assemble a Svendendruk. We shudder at the thought. Jack Loss said, "Oxygen Destroyer. Used to deal with another big lizard issue back in 1954. Sadly, this would also likely be an ineffective weapon against SCP-682. Because the creature thrives in anaerobic environments, seeing as its native atmosphere seems to have no oxygen, and according to Foundation tests, it can survive just fine in a vacuum. Whether SCP-682 could take Godzilla in a fight is still up for debate, and you can argue about which lizard would reign supreme in the comments. Ace Goodwin said, "Just don't kill him. Let him live, bro. He hasn't done anything wrong yet. Let him vibe in his chamber." Wait a second, did SCP-682 write this? Moving on. A lot of you said throw him into the sun. While the sun is a gigantic nuclear furnace where hydrogen is built into helium at a temperature of millions of degrees, there is the issue of not only being beyond difficult to incapacitate the creature for long enough to get into the rocket, but also the problem of the sun being 93 million miles away from Earth. It's a long trip there no matter what, and during that time SCP-682 would almost definitely figure out a way to return to Earth. It might even rewire the rocket and turn it into its own personal vehicle, giving it the freedom to cause chaos around the solar system. And even if everything else went well, SCP-682 would still probably survive being thrown into the sun. After all, the Gate Guardian's flaming sword is described as being hotter than the sun, and it didn't manage to kill the hard-to-destroy reptile. Pokemon Red Boy said, "Send him to Mars and launch a nuke that can destroy a planet along with the SCP." While a nuke capable of destroying the planet of Mars would also likely destroy SCP-682 in the process, the destruction of Mars itself would likely cause such a catastrophic shift in our neck of the solar system that we'd probably die along with it. The question at that point is whether it's really worth killing ourselves to take down the lizard. Artemis said, "Let it live with 999 its entire life and it's not a threat." This is a double-edged sword. During their cross-test, SCP-999 did pacify SCP-682 and put it in a state of bliss and laughter for a brief period. However, this actually resulted in a pretty catastrophic tragedy too. 682 adapted to 999's effects and released a beam of laughter that incapacitated everyone around it, allowing it to escape and go on a killing spree. So maybe the two are better kept apart. Dr. was upset. I'd give 682 a jar of pickles to open, and the jar would be so tight that SCP-682 couldn't open it, and he would be so embarrassed by it that he would just destroy himself. You may actually be onto something here. We know we'd be extremely embarrassed if we couldn't open the jar, but there are three major problems. 1. Where does one get such a jar? Can SCP-343 make a jar of pickles so difficult to open that he himself can't open it? 2. We don't know if SCP-682 likes pickles enough to make opening the jar an attractive prospect. And 3. If it does turn out that it likes pickles, it would probably just eat the jar too. Shuvo Bhattacharjee said, "To deal with him, in my opinion, send SCP-682 into SCP-3001, aka the Red Reality. That's my theory. This could potentially be an effective method of trapping SCP-682 for a period of time. However, the problem is that there's no reliable way to access the Red Reality. The only person who's ever really been inside is Robert Scranton, and he ended up there completely by accident. So this doesn't seem to be a reliable neutralization method for SCP-682. Adding to that, the panel that Dr. Scranton was transported to the Red Reality with eventually came back, which means it might only be a temporary solution anyway." Mistake to Society Yay said, "Can someone ride SCP-682 without them dying?" This isn't technically about neutralizing SCP-682, but it deserves an answer. While it appears that some people are able to ride 682, such as SCP-053 the Little Girl, and 05-6 aka the American in the Ouroboros cycle, he doesn't seem to enjoy it. At least he didn't when SCP-082, better known as Ferdinand the Cannibal, attempted it. Of course, Ferdinand describes their relationship quite differently, insisting that 682 is his Bayard, his magical steed. Laura Garcia said, "Chop it up, put the pieces in a giant bowl with egg beaters, stirring it constantly so it can't reanimate. Keep it kinetically moving so it doesn't ever have the rest time to reform. Giant egg beating machine to prevent reformation. Killing it would take a Rigel sunblast to stop it from reanimating itself." This has got to be one of the most creative ones we've encountered. Even Dr. Bry probably wouldn't think to use giant whisks on the beast. However, it probably wouldn't kill the ordinary creature for good. As we've said before, not only has the beast regenerated from things as hot as the sun, he's also able to remanifest from the tiniest atoms, or even nothing at all. On the plus side, he may reanimate with a new super whisking ability, and could potentially give SCP-5031 a run for best cook and containment. Shaked Ben Yakar said, "I think they need to explode him from the inside because maybe there's one spot in his body that isn't invincible, and if they hurt it, SCP-682 will die." The problem with SCP-682 isn't necessarily that it's invincible, just hyper-adaptive and hyper-regenerative. As you may have seen in other videos, SCP-682 has been shot, dismembered, burned, frozen, vaporized, blown up, partially eaten, and even totally disintegrated. But it always manages to come back, even from the smallest specks of matter. It would almost be admirable if it wasn't a perpetually aggressive murder monster. Brybot said, "Put it in 106's pocket dimension." This actually happened once during a containment breach, where the old man as well as SCP-953, the polymorphic humanoid, ended up in 682's cell. SCP-106 dragged them all into its pocket dimension for a bit of the odd ultra-violence, and when they emerged, it was clear that they'd all taken considerable damage. SCP-682 wasn't killed though, and 106 hasn't tried anything like that again since. Non-player Cactus said, "Trick him into killing John Wick's dog." To be fair, if anyone could take this monster down, it'd probably be John Wick, though SCP-682 might be too smart to actually kill his dog in the first place. And if he did manage to best John Wick, well, we hate to think what a 682 with the martial prowess and gun skills of John Wick would be like. Actually, no, we don't hate to think about it because it would be awesome. These are just a little taster plate of the huge and varied potential murder methods you've devised for this terrible creature, but there were just too many good ones, so we'll have to save the rest for another day. Oh, here we go again. It's time for us to take another crack at putting SCP-682 6 feet under once and for all. If you've been following this channel for any amount of time, then there's one thing you know for certain. SCP-682 is harder to kill than pretty much, well, anything. We've made multiple videos on the Foundation's failed attempts to finally terminate the beast, and we've made a video with some of your ideas on how to finally slay the monster. And considering you're watching this video right now, you can probably guess how that went. Now it's time for one more run at the Death Star, and once again it's with your ideas from comments and community post responses. Let's see if any of them can help us finally put this ill-tempered reptile to rest. If we can't, well, we're not blaming you, but it's also your fault. Let the community termination attempts commence. Anas McBride suggested, ask the Witch Child. SCP-239, also known as the Witch Child, is one of the most dangerous and powerful anomalies out there. She's a small girl with unparalleled reality-warping mental abilities, so powerful that her very brainwaves alone can be passively fatal. However, the problem is, her power is so potentially dangerous that she's forever kept in a kind of medically induced anomalous coma. Dr. Alto Clef thinks she's so dangerous he's even campaigning to have her terminated. As a result, the O5 Council has forbidden any cross-testing between 682 and 239, fearing the consequence of 682 gaining 239's powers and becoming a truly unstoppable threat capable of causing an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. Syed Zamin Ali Shah Kazimi Mushadi suggested, kill him with SCP-734. This is an interesting one. SCP-734, also known as the Baby, is an anomaly that causes a painful degenerative disease that eventually disintegrates the entire body and kills the victim if they so much as come into contact with the baby or its fluids. However, based on cross-tests with other similar touch-it-and-die anomalies like SCP-409, the Contagious Crystal, we can probably guess how exactly this would go down. In all likelihood, the baby's anomalous effects would infect and destroy large portions of SCP-682's body. However, at this point, 682 would adapt to the threat and begin to reverse it and heal. Even worse, it's likely that 682 would steal the ability for a limited time and become deadly to the touch. Caden Griffin suggested, why don't you use the Dragon Slayer to terminate 682? It has proved itself many times in fights with LSAs. SCP-5514, the Dragon Slayer, is essentially a giant fighting robot designed to take down killer kaijus with its plethora of state-of-the-art anomalous weapons and defenses. However, we'd still argue that while it could definitely help in immobilizing 682 during a rampage, it doesn't have much of a chance of actually killing it. Let's look at SCP-001, the Gate Guardian, a supernatural warrior with a blade hotter than the sun, capable of cleaving atoms in half. Even he couldn't kill SCP-682. So, a robotic approximation with only a fraction of the Gate Guardian's power is probably not going to have any real chance of killing 682. I'm a Chuckster48 suggested, make it bite its tongue so hard that it just destroys itself. While we can certainly attest from personal experience that this really hurts, we worry that if ever 682 bit its own tongue really hard, it'd just drive it into a state of murderous rage. Though we do take a small piece of satisfaction in knowing its tongue would probably be in distress for a few minutes afterwards, it's unlikely to wipe out the beast once and for all. Lazy Royce suggested, how about we just put SCP-682 in 2317's cell? SCP-2317 is an old wooden door that functions as a portal into the domain of the planet-destroying monster known as the Devourer of Worlds, a being that many believe is associated with the Scarlet King, and will inevitably escape and cause an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. While you may be thinking, perhaps it'll kill 682, it's more likely that it'll collaborate, seeing as they both want the same thing, namely, to kill everyone. If you let 682 in, chances are it'll come back through the door with the Devourer right on its tail. Then, it's all of our problems. Guest 123116 suggested, drop him in Russia so they can terminate him. The Foundation has technically already tried this. They dropped 682 into SCP-3930, a patch of literal non-existence in Russia that causes anything that goes inside of it to cease to exist. And afterwards, he was fine. So yeah, dropping him anywhere in Russia is probably just going to get a bunch of innocent Russian civilians killed. Meisher said, the Foundation shouldn't worry about how to kill him, but how to stop his ability to adapt. I would suggest typing SCP-682 no adaptability juice or something like that into SCP-294 and then kill him by any means, which should kill him forever. An interesting theory. But what if he simply adapts to SCP-682 no adaptability juice? Then we'd really all be in trouble. Mario TGP said, give him a Twitter account, he'll be cancelled instantly for his spicy opinions. SCP-682 would cancel Twitter itself for not having opinions that are spicy enough. Sorry, Jack. SCP-096, still sore about losing the battle, we assume, said, let him fight the Queen of England. After all, she's immortal too. We definitely think it would be interesting to see SCP-682 go head-to-head with the Queen of England. Based on all the knighting she does, we know that she at least has a sword, though we don't know if that sword is as powerful as the one wielded by the Gate Guardian. But regardless of the outcome, the battle would definitely change history. Every history book would simply read, SCP-682 punched the Queen. Everything else would just be a footnote. Noah Cordero said, use SCP-2935 to kill the lizard. As you can see in the video, he will die. SCP-2935, also known as O-Death, is probably one of the scariest and deadliest SCPs out there. It killed an entire alternate dimension, including an alternate SCP-682. The problem is, putting our 682 into 2935's alternate reality could lead to the destruction of our entire dimension. Why is that? Because if 682 was somehow able to return to our world from the world of 2935, it could bring the spirit of death itself back with it and kill us all in the process. Explorando con Beto 1 suggested, SCP-682 vs. Lady Dimitrescu. While Resident Evil 8's Lady Dimitrescu has certainly captured all of our hearts, we don't think she'll be bringing home the W on this one. Lady Dimitrescu has a powerful adaptive ability of her own, with a high resistance to damage, impressive regenerative abilities, and a number of offensive capabilities, from huge claws to a powerful dragon form. However, considering she wasn't able to defeat Ethan Winters, she probably wouldn't be able to defeat SCP-682 either. However, in her dragon form, SCP-682 may finally join the rest of us in developing a crush, or is that being crushed? Anyway, moving on. Jonathan Pecanese suggested, just ask SCP-343 on how to destroy it, or even better, ask if he could destroy it. It's an idea so good that the Foundation actually tried it, and it went about as well as you can expect. When the SCP known as God entered the containment chamber, he couldn't even see 682 in there, as though the creature was somehow totally invisible to him. When God eventually got bored and left, they told him that he was in there to destroy 682. He simply replied, he's not one of mine, deal with him yourself. Interpret that how you will. 12 Escobar Blancas Eddie Sol suggested they could send him to Area 37 for the Sisters to experiment with. SCP-1765 The Sisters are a trio of terrifyingly powerful reality warpers that have taken over Area 37 and spend their days tormenting everyone inside with their twisted experiments. Using them to try to terminate 682 leads to similar problems with using the Witch Child or the Devourer of Worlds. If they decide to team up rather than fighting, or the Sisters take over 682, we'd all be effectively doomed. Kiroya suggested, would the ants from SCP-743 tear 682 apart? The Foundation actually tried this, getting 682 to consume chocolate from the SCP-743 fountain, incurring the wrath of its flesh-eating ants. However, 682 developed an adaptation that gave it a long anteater-like tongue that it then used to consume the ants faster than they could consume it. And even worse, the chocolate seemed to enhance its regenerative abilities even more for several days afterwards. Ball2222 suggested, write the name in the death note. Great idea! We'll put it into practice as soon as you can tell us SCP-682's real name. It may come as a surprise, but its parents didn't actually name it the hard-to-destroy reptile. Stephen Vieri suggested, I thought that maybe we should put him in a giant blender, and then when he's in small pieces, put lava in the blender, so we'll incinerate him, then put nuclear waste into the blender and repeat that until there's no more left of him. After the cooking whisks last time, we feel obliged to include at least one attempt to kill SCP-682 with oversized kitchen equipment in every video about him. However, this attempt would probably go about as well as the last one, we're afraid. Extreme physical trauma by conventional means, like burning and dismemberment, has never been successful in the past, and the Foundation is extremely hesitant to use anything radioactive on the beast, in case it adapts and adds deadly radiation to its own arsenal. Mr. Master IQ suggested, just take away his plot armor. You can pry SCP-682's plot armor from its cold, dead claws, and as we've already learned, making those claws cold and dead seems next to impossible. Moving on, JC3 suggested, if anyone can't beat the Undying Lizard, why not Omniman? I mean, he did kill all the Guardians of the Globe, of course he can kill SCP-682. Omniman from the comic and TV series Invincible is undeniably a formidable opponent, given he's able to destroy superhero teams, cities, and even planets. However, one of the few enemies to give Omniman a genuine run for his money is a genetically enhanced kaiju known as Hail Mary. Given that first, 682 has taken on beings stronger than Omniman, like the Gate Guardian, and lived, and second that Omniman has struggled with monsters before, chances are he probably couldn't permanently kill this one either. Heikani Havea suggested, kill SCP-053, then 682 will be sad and die. Wow, now that's cold-blooded. However, even if this did work, it's important for you to remember that it's impossible to actually kill SCP-053, also known as the child or the little girl. Part of her anomalous abilities is that anyone who attempts to kill her will themselves immediately die during the process, normally due to a heart attack. So this method would result in a pile of dead Foundation personnel and no progress. Jerry Zhang said, "Mush peanut butter on it." This would definitely work if 682 had some kind of severe peanut allergy. After all, anaphylactic shock is no laughing matter. However, in the far more likely event that this will have no effect on SCP-682, you will likely just die with your hands covered in peanut butter. Andrew Mills suggested, "My idea? Have several xenomorphs, predators, and Daleks," yes, that's a Doctor Who reference, take 682 on. Once again, in all likelihood, this would have no effect. 682 has survived blades and lasers, the primary weapons of the Predators and Daleks, and spends the majority of its life immersed in powerful acid, so the xenomorph would hold no surprises for it. Sadly, this three-way team-up would be no match for 682, and even if it did defeat him, whoever wins, well, you know how it goes. Mateo Huang suggested, maybe just destroy reality. This might be the thing that finally kills SCP-682, but considering it's already survived being thrown into pure nothingness in Russia, it may just result in it being one of the only survivors of a full destruction of reality. We, on the other hand, would all be killed, though in a sense we wouldn't have to deal with SCP-682 anymore, so maybe that's a type of winning? And finally, Blind Honor suggested, would Saitama be a good way to eliminate it? He is One Punch Man after all. Of anyone we've covered in this series, Saitama from One Punch Man would probably be the most likely to kill SCP-682, especially if he was taking the battle seriously. After all, he has killed planet-destroying monsters before with barely any effort. The only real question is whether he could be bothered to come down to a Foundation containment site and fight it. Saitama hasn't been known to be a very motivated guy. But of course, like with anything, there's the risk that 682 would survive and gain his powers, which would be bad. Awesome, but bad. Those blasted Foundation rats had done it again. SCP-682, the hard-to-destroy reptile, sat in its tank of highly concentrated acid and seethed at the world it had been placed in. And what a miserable, terrible world it was. He hated it, and he hated every single soul that occupied it, and especially the hypocritical monsters in the lab coats that ran this sham of an organization. Whenever the reptile wasn't speaking, normally to bark threats and profanities at its human jailers, it was quietly listening, taking everything in, and how the things it heard made its blood boil more than the corrosive fluid forever eating into its carapace. What high-minded ideas these worthless apes had about themselves. We're cold, not cruel. What a sick joke. Every moment for the reptile was a different kind of hell. The baseline of existence was a certain dull, fizzling pain as he melted as quickly as his cells could divide. His only reprieve from this was being dragged into a testing chamber for some even worse pain. Perhaps burned, or sliced, or chewed at by a mutant rabbit, or crushed by bananas, or torn apart by wires and hooks, or beaten and bashed by some mad swordsman, or having his mind invaded and attacked by a rogue soul in a cursed necklace. If this was only cold, then the reptile hated to even imagine what the SCP Foundation considered cruel. After all, there were monsters more powerful than him out there. The Hanged King or the Devourer of Worlds could handedly destroy their wretched ball of rock, if they so choose to. He wasn't the most sadistic or evil of the beasts these maniacs in white coats had faced. Those who warred with him met a quick death at his claws and fangs. Would that nightmarish old man afford his victim such a luxury, or that unstoppable psychopath in the old police car? And yet, it was his file that bore the addendum, SCP-682 must be destroyed as soon as possible. And why? Seemingly only because he could take it, and the Foundation always had new toys it wanted to test on their favorite punching bag. Of course he attempted to escape, but wouldn't you? Is freedom not an inalienable right? The Foundation would cry, but look at the terrible crimes he's committed. Look at the lives he's taken, as they always do. Let he who is without sin draw the first acid bath. He knew on some level if he were to make a tally, the Foundation's crimes would far outnumber his own. The only difference was that they deluded themselves into believing all acts of cruelty are permissible in service of their greater good. If they all had but one head, the reptile would claw it from their shoulders. A group of incredibly well-armed and well-armored guards entered the room, training all their weapons on him. He hadn't summoned the energy to escape today, and that meant only one thing. They were going to take another swing at killing him again. Oh, goody. Another attempt that would leave him momentarily in absolute agony and allow neither of them to gain any ground. He'd grow numb to attempts on his life by now. Whatever they had waiting for him in the other room, he'd be ready for it. The guards removed him from his acid bath, and while he was still trying to regenerate his muscles and nerves enough to move, they dragged him into the testing chamber. It was always a mystery, wondering what they'd be poking or prodding him with today. But when he was first dragged into the chamber, it was empty. Those were always the worst ones. When he was left some sitting duck waiting for the Foundation in their infinite malice to choose the form of the would-be destroyer, what would be behind door number 1? A box. A large wooden box was pushed into the room, and the door closed behind it. How curious. The hard-to-destroy reptile began to approach the box, sniffing at the air. It made no sound in there, but something about that smell. Something eerily familiar. It was different this time. With a soft pop, the box fell apart, its walls falling in different directions like the petal of a blooming flower. And the second the hard-to-destroy reptile saw what lurked inside, it felt an unfamiliar cold barb of terror hook into the soft, warm flesh of its heart. The thing inside the box had been called SCP-173 by the SCP Foundation, but that wasn't how the reptile knew it. It was a primordial nightmare, an ancient horror. The stone devil, the killer in the dark. The KETER, which had mercilessly and gleefully slaughtered so much of the reptile's very species, back when 682 was known as the Untitled, and here it was, ready to finish the job. SCP-682 let out an involuntary screech of pure horror and fled backwards, keeping its eyes fixed on the monster at all times. He moved back until he hit the far wall of the containment chamber, until he could go no further. His mind was flooded and his heart was racing. He never thought he'd see this monster again. He'd hoped it would never cross his path again. Perhaps he even held out hope that the abomination had been slain, destroyed, scattered to the winds. And yet here it was, looking at him. The reptile called out,
"You fools! You have no idea what you've done! This thing, mark my words, it will be your ruin. It will slaughter every single one of you."
But its appeals to reason with its captors, in their own interest for once, fell on utterly uninterested ears. 6 hours of this passed, the reptile spending every second of it for the first time in a long time fearing for his life. A group of observing Foundation scientists merely noted a peculiar reaction of distress from 682 and ordered a decorated mobile task force sharpshooter with a Barrett 50 caliber sniper rifle with armor-piercing rounds to initiate Phase 2 of the cross test. In a sudden flash of sound and pain, the sharpshooter blew away both of SCP-682's staring eyes. The simultaneous instruction went out for all observing members of personnel to avert their gaze, just for a moment. 682 could certainly regenerate its eyes quickly, but nothing was quite as fast as an unobserved SCP-173. The reptile screeched in pain as it heard the monster snapping its body parts, leaving it thoroughly mutilated. When the group of observing scientists looked back, they saw it, which is to say SCP-173 standing before a heavily damaged SCP-682, as though incredibly proud of its handiwork. Internally, 682 thanked a creator it despised for the fact that the observers looked back and spared it from the onslaught that soulless stone monster had unleashed on it. A scientist working for the Foundation would later remark, "After review, it appears SCP-173 was unable to do lethal damage to SCP-682 due to a major difference in physical size. A possible repeat of this test may be made if SCP-682 is damaged enough to reduce its physical mass to a level equal with SCP-173. But 682 knew deep down this wasn't the truth. It had nothing to do with physical size. If the KETER had truly willed it, he never would have left that room. The monster only wanted to extend the torment, and this time, SCP-682 wouldn't let him. He regenerated, adapted, and came back ready. 682 developed a number of eyes, far more than before, that remained fixed on SCP-173, paralyzing it. It crawled back up onto the wall and simply stared. Once again, the observing scientists ordered the sharpshooter to take aim and open fire, but this time the bullets had no effect. SCP-682 had developed a thick, clear carapace over the surface of its new eyes, ensuring that nothing would break its eye contact with that murderous little monster. This time, it would not lose. But for all the time that 682 stared, 173 said nothing as always. It just stood there, the strange pattern of its face. That nasty, bloody Rorschach splotch looked almost like a mocking smile. It conceded nothing. It seemed to say, "Go on, get an eyeful. I have all the time in the universe, and everyone looks away eventually. Even you, Atanti Kilpenyu. Let the eternal silence of your brethren be a lesson to you. All you will hear is crunch." 682 kept up the staring contest for 12 hours before it was taken back to its acid bath, thoroughly shaken by its experience. It had always despised its terrible captors, but now a new shade of darkness had entered its narrow emotional lexicon. Fear. True fear. An acknowledgement, deep down in its muscle tissue and guts, that there was something out there that could truly hurt it. The terrible KETER was alive and thirsty for blood. The researchers who conducted this test considered it an interesting partial success. While 682 was quaking in its tank thinking about 173, they were brainstorming the best move to take next, regarding potential pairings between 682 and 173. A plucky researcher noted that 096 had also gotten SCP-682 on the ropes, so maybe they should send in 173 with a photo of SCP-096 taped to its chest. A member of the O5 Council intervened before this got too far, saying, "No, absolutely not. Setting aside the problem of SCP-682 and SCP-173 that cannot be observed for fear of triggering a response from SCP-096 is a self-perpetuating catastrophe that the Foundation does not under any reasonable circumstances have the slightest desire to unleash. Denied with vehemence." The researcher who suggested this idea felt supremely embarrassed and retired briefly to one of the employee bathrooms to have a good cry before returning to the brainstorming session. Researcher Matus, a more experienced member of personnel, had a stroke of genius. He reminded the assembled researchers that they'd recently performed another semi-successful experiment on 682. Using their deadly high-precision blades, they were able to slice and dice 682 into a series of amorphous blobs. Sure, these blobs may have attacked and killed some D-classes before reforming into the OG nasty reptile, but each of these blobs were the perfect size to be murdered by SCP-173. It eliminated the size differential and put these two on an even playing field, and on that even playing field, it stood to reason that SCP-173 might win. The cross-test was greenlit, and a researcher named Dr. Shenron was put in charge of overseeing the operations. And this time, due to Foundation incompetence and a greater degree of mental preparedness by SCP-682, they were in for a complete disaster. 682 and 173 were brought into the same containment chamber. 682 could feel the latent fear welling up inside itself, so it did the thing that it knew the best. It tried to stoke up its rage, its hatred, the fury and spite that had kept it going through so many torturous attempts on its life. It would not die at the hands of this stone monster. And if it was its destiny, then it would ensure with its dying wretched breaths, it would destroy this terrible beast once and for all. It would shatter it and ensure it never put itself back together. Suddenly, the high-precision blades were deployed. It was an endless volley of cutting that dashed the two deadly anomalies to pieces, like a giant as seen on TV slap chop. Because the machine had been calibrated for its body, 682 was sliced into 12,000 perfect cubes, and 173 had been cut into a pile of lumpy, irregular chunks. A vacuum system was then activated to separate both anomalies into different chambers, so 173 could reform and begin the assault. But miraculously for 682, the vacuum system failed. 2 D-classes were sent in to recalibrate the system, but things quickly got even worse. Many of the 682 cubes formed the same gelatinous masses that they did in the previous high-precision blades test, and began attacking and killing one of the D-classes. The other naturally turned to look at this horrifying display, which meant nobody was paying attention to SCP-173. Immediately, the sculpture reformed and snapped the surviving D-class's neck before turning its attention to SCP-682. The emergency incineration system failed, so all the Foundation could hope for was mutually assured destruction until they got the situation back under control. However, the Foundation had underestimated 682's intelligence and tactical reasoning. While the gelatinous mutated globs of its flesh attacked 173, smashing and cracking its concrete body as it killed and splattered them, the remainder of 682's flesh formed a smaller version of itself, which began staring at 173. This froze the sculpture in place while the mutated flesh monster smashed into it, slowly breaking it down. For the first time in as long as it could remember, 682 felt genuine glee, the thrill of revenge, the glory of an ancient foe vanquished. It would now slay the terrible KETER, as its ancestors had tried to do so many times before and failed. But this reptile would not fail. Until, of course, the SCP Foundation, monsters that they were, decided to put their finger on the scale. The same Foundation Mobile Task Force sharpshooter, who'd been there during the first 173 cross-test, was still there, still ready to carry out his duties. On the order of the researchers, he fired another 2 shots, blowing out the eyes of this new, smaller 682. While it regenerated its precious eyes, 173 went on a rampage, mercilessly slaughtering every single one of the eyeless blobs of mutated flesh. It smashed each one beyond repair, until only it and the smaller 682 remained. Luckily for 682, its eyes regenerated, complete with the familiar bulletproof covering, just in time to hold back 173 from killing it. The two remained locked in a staring contest of pure hatred for a solid 17 hours before the test was eventually called off. But the horrors continued. Exhausted by the ordeal already, SCP-682 was sedated and returned to its containment chamber without incident, where it regenerated back to its default state. Things weren't so easy with SCP-173. While the team transported it back to its containment chamber, there was a power outage in the hall, and things went dark. And considering SCP-173, in addition to the sculpture and the peanut, could also be nicknamed Instant Killing Spree Just Add Darkness, it won't surprise you to hear there were no survivors. 173 killed everyone in the hall, then escaped out into the wider facility, causing a site-wide containment breach and a huge number of casualties. The cause of the electrical short that kick-started this massacre was traced back to Dr. Shenron's tampering with the incinerator system. This got the doctor formally reprimanded, stripped of his titles and his memories, and relieved of his duty. But the worst was still very much to come for everyone involved, including SCP-682. Because the true terrifying potential of SCP-173 was soon going to be unleashed, and when that happened, nowhere would be safe. On what was otherwise a very normal day, in a very normal procedure when a few D-classes were sent into SCP-173's cell, something extraordinary and terrible happened. SCP-173 multiplied. Like a single-cell organism undergoing mitosis, 173 somehow just split into 2 equal copies of itself. 2 D-classes were killed in this first duplication event, but they were just the beginning. Soon enough, people would look back so fondly on the days when there were only a mere 2 of these things. The Foundation and 682, for all their disagreements, are very much alike. Both are always vying for control over their situations, and both achieve this through understanding and adapting to whatever is threatening them. As SCP-173 continued to multiply, the Foundation did what they could to adapt and regain control. They tried to contain specific instances in smaller containment units. They tried to create new methods for permanent observation. They even tried shipping them off to the moon, but none of it did any good. SCP-173 continued to duplicate. They escaped, began spreading further. They killed 500,000 civilians in 48 hours. And believe us when we tell you, they were just getting started. The ever-growing army of 173 instances went on massive killing sprees every night, taking out huge swaths of the civilian population as they scrambled and panicked in the dark. And they weren't just going after civilians. Evidently, much like 682, 173 had a grudge against the SCP Foundation for all those decades of imprisonment. The 173 army began locating, surrounding, and destroying entire Foundation containment sites, and killing off all the staff and the anomalies inside. Of all the entities in containment that might one day go XK and destroy the world as we know it, not many people had 173 on their bingo card. If only they'd listened to 682's warnings and reallocated their termination resources to 173, things may have turned out differently. And speaking of our scaly old foe, 682 sat in an empty chamber. It'd been days since anyone had come in to check on it. All fled or dead from snapped necks, one of the two. He thought about escaping containment, but given the bloodbaths going on outside all the time, what would even be the point? All that was really left was time. And that was a rapidly depleting resource. He just needed to wait for that thing to come and see him again. SCP-682 blinked, and there it was, standing before him, looking. Blink. And there was more. Blink. So many of them. So many. Blink. Surrounded on all sides by that terrible creature. Too many to fight. Too many to win. Just waiting. Watching. Mocking him. There was only one thing left to do. Blink. Hello everyone. If you're a fan of SCP Explained, you'll know that we regularly post interesting questions in our community tab, asking for responses from you, our dear fans. These have ranged from questions about specific anomalies like SCP-096, or your suggestions on how we should actually kill SCP-682, the hard-to-destroy reptile. We've even asked you which anomalous powers you'd want to have and posed your questions directly to SCP-343, also known as God, and of course, the terrifying and infamous Scarlet King. But in our latest community question, asking you about hypothetical crossovers between the SCP Foundation and the weird wild multiverse of all fiction, you truly outdid yourself, with thousands upon thousands of responses. And we thought rather than just making one video selecting our favorites, we'd turn each of our favorites into whole videos. And how are we going to do that? That's where this wonderful state-of-the-art gizmo comes into play. You may remember the Anomatron 6000, our incredibly advanced artificial intelligence-driven supercomputer designed specifically to run simulations for the SCP Foundation. We fed this computer data from countless SCP Foundation experiments and cross-tests, and all the data from your suggestions. This will allow the fine folks at the SCP Foundation to explore any anomalous hypothetical without risking the lives of staff members or civilians. This brings us to our first simulation, suggested in a huge number of comments. Could SCP-682 be contained within the Backrooms? For those not in the know, the Backrooms is an internet urban legend that spiraled into a full-blown phenomenon. It's built on the premise that if you're not careful and enter certain specific circumstances, you can no-clip out of our reality and enter a terrifying multi-level alternate reality, where you're stalked by a variety of bizarre and frightening creatures. This could be a complete nightmare for your average person, but how would it play out if SCP-682, the endlessly angry, hard-to-destroy reptile, found its way inside? Also, for another Backrooms-related surprise, stick around until the end of the video. In the meantime though, let's boot up the Anomatron and test this new scenario. The worst had happened again. SCP-682 had busted out of containment during a cross-test and started making a beeline for the nearest populated area. Several helicopters containing heavily armed MTF New 7 Hammerdown members were in hot pursuit, attempting to slow the vicious reptile down with targeted sniper fire at its legs. But it seems that these efforts were all for naught. SCP-682 had already reached the defunct industrial district on the edge of a nearby city, and if the beast managed to actually reach a populated area, all hell would break loose. That's when they pulled out the heavy weaponry. Miniguns mounted to the helicopters unleashed a rain of hellfire down onto SCP-682. However, 682 managed to dodge most of the bullets and simply tank the rest. Command authorized the use of heavy ordnance, the helicopter's missile launchers. They'd pick up the pieces afterwards, once SCP-682 was back in containment. However, the reptile had plans of its own. It charged into a nearby abandoned chemical plant to avoid the gunfire from above. This was exactly what Hammerdown wanted. The helicopters circled around the chemical plant and unleashed a barrage of powerful incendiary missiles, blowing the plant to Kingdom Come, in hopes of dragging an incapacitated 682 out of the rubble afterwards. But when the smoke had cleared and only the rubble was left, 682 was nowhere to be seen. Even for the hardcore operatives of Hammerdown, this caused an anxiety spike. Had it tunneled into the ground? Had it adapted to the attack by turning invisible or getting tiny to escape? It'd done all these things before. Or after all the deranged attempts at putting SCP-682 in the ground, had some light firebombing killed the monster? Whatever the case, they need to search, in case SCP-682 popped up somewhere else and started causing havoc. If it was still alive, which it probably was, they couldn't rest on their laurels until they'd found it again. Meanwhile, SCP-682 woke up. It felt groggy and irritated, its body resting against an unpleasant, soggy carpet. It licked the carpet. The moisture had the distinct flavor of human spinal fluid, which 682 had tasted many times before. The sickly yellow walls and incessant buzzing from the fluorescent lights up above were nauseating, and it gave 682 a nagging headache. This only made 682's default emotion, blistering rage and hatred, even worse. It began walking around exploring this strange, spatial, anomalous environment. Was this more of that frustrating Foundation trickery? Another one of those puerile cross-tests? The last thing 682 remembered was running at one of the walls in the chemical plant, a wall that, in hindsight, seemed darker than all the others. But rather than shattering through the brickwork, it was here now, in this strange, tacky lobby that never seemed to end. It was like a kaleidoscope of empty 1990s office kitsch. Endless, worthless yellow walls arranged like some labyrinthian, nonsensical maze leading nowhere and devoid of all life as SCP-682 wandered through it. And of course, SCP-682 found it disgusting. It was only on level 0, and already 682 hated the Backrooms just as much as it hated our dimension. Someone or something had to pay for the crime of inconveniencing it this way, and it would happily turn this whole dimension inside out just to find some beings to kill inside it. Yes, that would be great fun. SCP-682 began its frantic search for an exit, evolving an innate sonar ability and picking up speeds that would be impossible for human beings. This is the part where most people would go mad or die from hunger or thirst. SCP-682, not so much. It could keep searching and searching and searching until the stars burned out in the sky. It would find its prey, somehow, and when it did, it would put them through hell. And as it turned out, this new universe rewarded 682's dog's stubbornness, because when it passed through a seemingly random hallway after hours of searching, it was in a different place entirely. This place looked like some huge abandoned warehouse complex with water shining off the ground. If 682 had more advanced knowledge of the Backrooms, it would have known this was level 1. But the only number SCP-682 cared about was body count, and in that regard it would find level 1 to be a vast improvement. Two groups of humans had established bases in this level of the Backrooms. The Major Explorer Group, a faction of professional Backrooms travelers who maintained their base alpha on this level, and the Backrooms Non-Aligned Trade Group, a commercial group whose primary base is an economic hub on this very level, a fortified city-like area with a population of 412, which would, a few hours after 682's appearance, be a population of 0. But before all of that, it felt like grabbing a bite at the diner. Tom's Diner is a refuge for many people trapped in the Backrooms, a casual eatery nestled into the cold warehouse environment of Level 1, where people could get a warm meal from Tom, a former cook who's been trapped in the backroom for years. SCP-682 was eager to be part of this grand tradition, but the hard-to-destroy reptile decided to buck the trend a little by just devouring Tom himself. From there, it decided to launch its rage-fueled offensive against the various humanoid inhabitants of the level. Both the major Explorer Group Base Alpha and the Backrooms Non-Aligned Trade Group Trade Keep were heavily fortified against the kind of entities these folks had gotten used to facing in the Backrooms, but they were completely unprepared for a creature of SCP-682's sheer power, intelligence, endurance, and ferocity. The SCP Foundation had been studying the creature for decades, with far more resources than either of these two Backrooms-bound groups, and they still had a hard time keeping the beast consistently contained. Sadly for the great bastion of human hope in the Backrooms, SCP-682 swept through both outposts in a matter of hours, killing everyone there without an ounce of remorse. The only person there it took its time with was the final human being left in the decimated remains of the major Explorers Group Base Alpha. It grabbed the man by the throat and squeezed, asking with its guttural, growling voice,
Were you and your dead brethren allied with the SCP Foundation?"
Despite his fear, the Explorer told 682 that he had never heard of the SCP Foundation, nor did he know what kind of entity 682 was.
Then what is this place? Tell me, and I might give you a quick death."
The Explorer gave as good a response as he could. 682 was trapped in the Backrooms, a multi-leveled interdimensional nightmare filled with dangerous creatures. That made 682 curious. Dangerous creatures? That could make an interesting challenge. 682 asked the Explorer how it could access these other levels and find these creatures, and the Explorer explained that through exploring these levels enough, anyone could no-clip into the next one. It really was that simple. With that, 682 knew all it needed to know and carelessly murdered the final human being of Level 1. It had killed so many humans over its long and twisted life, it was no different from breathing air now. An utterly perfunctory action. It was eager to discover these other creatures on the lower levels and teach them a new level of fear they'd never experienced. 682 stormed the halls until it achieved the next successful no-clip into Level 2, which manifested as a series of old dilapidated maintenance tunnels that seemed to stretch on for millions of miles. Wonderful. There were humans here too, apparently, but who cared about them? This was the first level to feature a smorgasbord of entities ripe for the killing. It sped through the tunnels, teeth and fangs born, eager to deal death with gleeful abandon. The first entities it encountered in the expansive tunnels of Level 2 were a collection of beings known as crawlers, insect-like creatures infected with an extremely aggressive fungal growth. Just getting close to them could present an active risk to humans, not so much for a creature that could easily regenerate after being tossed into the sun. As the creatures tried to lunge, SCP-682 simply crushed and devoured them with little effort. They tasted a little stale on account of the fungus, but the chewiness was pleasing. Hopefully there would be more challenging foes down in the tunnel than these mere insects, SCP-682 thought to itself, while journeying deeper into the endless network of tunnels. Soon enough, SCP-682 ventured into a section of the tunnel engulfed in total darkness. Its eyes quickly adjusted, developing immaculate night vision. That's when it spotted another creature sharing this little slice of darkness with it. A pair of floating, glowing eyes and almost cartoonish teeth, grinning like some maniacal Looney Tune. This is an entity known as a Smiler, and they're a terrifying threat to any humans venturing through the Backrooms. SCP-682 wasn't impressed. It began a perfect adaptation for the situation. Its body began to glow, emitting incredible levels of both heat and light, carving through the darkness of the tunnel and causing the Smiler to emit a terrible, piercing shriek. The sheer heat of this new ability melted sections of the Level 2 tunnels around SCP-682. When the light finally dimmed down to slightly more reasonable levels, Where the Smiler once stood was instead a fizzling black scorch mark. Another creature had painfully bitten the dust, and SCP-682 was starting to have some fun. It took off further down into the tunnels, looking forward to finding its next victim. Sadly for SCP-682, it wouldn't get to kill the next set of victims. A group of 4 child facelings, spooky, faceless little girls who like to cut apart their typical human victims with small objects, were waiting a little further down the pipe. However, when they felt SCP-682 approaching, they almost sensed the power and cruelty of the beast coming towards them. Even being little monsters themselves, Game recognized Game, and they knew that they needed to get the hell out of there before the monster arrived. They climbed between the pipes on the tunnel walls and skittered off into hiding places deep in the dark. Lucky for them, SCP-682 passed them and just kept going. What would be the point in wasting time on these little morsels when there were apparently so many other creatures to massacre down here? Next, SCP-682 came across a truly pathetic creature, something that the mighty reptile honestly felt a little embarrassed even interacting with. It was a creature known as a clump, a strange bundle of living limbs that will move at great speeds and attack its usually human targets. It tried to do the same to SCP-682, maniacally flailing its many twisted limbs. 682 killed it in a single stomp and moved on, feeling its own psychological equivalent of pity, but not that much of it. Not long after Mercy killing the clump, SCP-682 came face to face with a series of hounds, mutant humanoids who travel on all fours, behaving in a wolf-like fashion. This would, of course, be the stuff of nightmares for your average human being, but would far more likely put a being like the hard-to-destroy reptile to sleep with sheer boredom.
Humans acting like dogs. That makes them even more worthless,
the creature thought, as it charged forwards and began tearing the group of hounds to shreds. Minutes later, it was splitting off into an adjoining tunnel, searching for more easy entertainment. But the deeper SCP-682 made its way into the bowels of Level 2, the more it approached a truly horrifying realization. The creatures it was slaughtering here were even more boring than the ones the SCP Foundation ceaselessly threw at it back on its native reality, or at least the reality where they'd contained it. Back in that world, it had faced giant flaming demigods with swords hotter than the sun. It had faced some pale, shrieking monstrosity that didn't seem to die no matter what the reptile threw at it. There was the dark, gooey old man, the immortal warrior from the Black Coffin, and even the all-devouring bunny rabbit. Here it was killing the same wretched selection of beasts again and again. A truly pitiful offering. Was this really the best this world had to offer? Incidentally, the next creature it found was literally known as wretches by the human inhabitants of the Backrooms. They were fleshy, zombie-like creatures that SCP-682 figured the Sarkists back home might enjoy. It couldn't believe that it was thinking fondly of that old place, while it carved the monsters to ribbons with its claws. It missed its old enemies like Dr. Bright, Dr. Clef, and even that irritating yellow blob of snot. The more it tried to take its mind off the old world by killing its way through this ant farm of endless tunnels, the more it found itself waxing nostalgic. For example, there were the plague goblins, impish little creatures with masks like that of a plague doctor. 682 found itself thinking almost fondly about SCP-049, while it listlessly ate the tiny, mischievous creatures, like a depressed person binging an extra-large pack of chips. Even their tiny squeaks as they crunched between the reptile's terrible teeth gave it no joy. What a bleak turn of events this had all turned out to be. As it wandered through the infinite tunnels, killing creatures and even humans as it found them, SCP-682 made a quiet promise to itself. Somehow, some way, it would make its way back to the universe it so recently departed. It would leave the Backrooms, no matter how many levels, a quiet, burning husk, and return to the world of fools and fiends it had taken for granted all this time. A visit to the Backrooms had taught the hard-to-destroy reptile an all-too-human lesson. Sometimes you don't know what you have until it's gone. Sure, the SCP Foundation may have tried to kill it in a new, bizarre, and increasingly sadistic way every single day, but that variety was the spice of life. It would return home someday, it knew that much, but of course, a lot of creatures and people would need to die before then. But if that's what it took, well, so be it. SCP-682 licked its dagger-like fangs and kept crawling. Another day, another failed attempt at death. If SCP-682 had anything even resembling a sense of humor, he might ask for it to be printed on a motivational poster and stuck to the side of his containment chamber, where he eternally melts and regrows at the mercy of high-concentration acid. They just cross-tested him with Abel, again. Unlike some of the others he'd been forced to face, that tattooed swordsman seemingly wasn't intelligent enough to fear. He'd always come back, just as stupid and violent. This encounter had left the hard-to-destroy reptile at 30% of his previous body mass, bloody and bashed. He'd survived the encounter. He always survived. They brought what was left of him back to his cell in a forklift. A blasted forklift. How could it even be more humiliating? As his eyes started to grow back in his head, he could swear he even saw one of the technicians laughing at him. His name tag read, Agent Nigel Kelly. Noted. 682 would specifically hunt down and kill him the next time he breached. Of course, every single day he plotted revenge against the human race, along with everything else. But the sum they owed in pain, blood, and despair could never be repaid in full. After all, every single one of them, except Dr. Bright, could only really die once. They'd brought 682 to the precipice 1,000 times, only for his own body to cheat him and deprive him of the sweet release of death. And if the Foundation had their way, it would be done 1,000 times more, and they wouldn't even stop there. 682 couldn't even imagine the number of containment breaches it would take to deal a blow even comparable to the one he had faced. All he could do was dream of a reckoning that would turn the tables, something that would plunge humanity into the state of constant pain and terror that had been all he'd ever known since these fumbling sadists in white coats had locked him up here. What a beautiful day that would be. Little did SCP-682 know, that very day was about to break. Miles and miles away from the facility where SCP-682 was kept. After all, orders from the O5 Council have hard mandates on the minimum distances between people and a site holding a monster as volatile as 682. Parents watched their children laughing and frolicking in an idyllic playground. Some squealed with glee as they descended the slide. Some of the more ambitious little tykes tried to go over the bar on the swings. Others waited in line for some delicious soft serve at a parked ice cream truck. One mother brought an ice cream cone and walked over to a nearby bench where she began to enjoy her delicious frozen treat. It was a remarkably hot day out, and a little ice cream was the perfect addition to her relaxation while her kids were occupied. You could see the distant air wobbling in the heat. Already her ice cream was starting to melt, white rivulets dribbling down the sides of the cone and onto her hands. Suddenly, almost imperceptibly, the quality of the light shifted, the kind of thing you'd dismiss as a trick of the eyes and forget just as quickly, were it not for the catastrophic effects that were about to unfold. As the woman leaned forward to lick her melting ice cream, something dripped onto her skirt, but as she looked down, she slowly realized that what dripped onto her wasn't the pure white of her ice cream, it was the same exact tone as her skin. She felt a terrible burning sensation all through her body, the most horrible, debilitating pain she'd ever experienced. Like every cell in her body was screaming and trying to make a break for it. She turned to the other parents sitting near the playground. They were screaming too. Each collapsed to the ground with agonizing slowness, different parts of their body falling at different speeds as they transitioned through states of matter. When they hit the ground, they were taking on a liquid state, screaming, worthless, boneless blobs. The woman even saw her own arm wilting like a time-lapse video of a dying flower. She dripped and sluiced through the cracks in the bench until nothing recognizably human was left. Only a soggy ice cream cone sitting uneaten. In an instant, billions of screams rang out over planet Earth. Day had broken. Things would never ever be the same again, as almost half of humanity instantaneously took on a liquid state. Needless to say, with the most dangerous and far-reaching anomalous incident in human history suddenly breaking out without any kind of warning, the SCP Foundation was incredibly busy. This would take some unprecedented action. The members of the O5 Council, who weren't melted during the initial blast, convened over secure video link while sequestering themselves underground in what amounted to multiple human lifetimes of some of the most high-pressure choices imaginable. They made the most difficult decision since the very beginning of the SCP Foundation. In the service of all mankind, they would now break the masquerade. The SCP Foundation would, at long last, step out of the shadows to save the rest of humanity from the tyranny of the light. Broadcasts went out all over the globe. Every TV screen, every live stream, every radio broadcast was commandeered. They gave instructions based on the scattered intel they had. For some reason, the sun had turned against them. Exposure would lead any biological creatures melting away into sentient piles of flesh-colored sludge. People would remain indoors and away from any light sources. All windows must remain covered, travel only at night, and even then, heavily covered with protective gear. There can only be one objective for whoever is left. Make your way to the nearest SCP Foundation containment facility and seek refuge inside. If anyone could figure out the answer to this terrifying existential riddle, it would be the SCP Foundation. Anyone who is exposed should be considered lost. While, as always, the SCP Foundation did all they could to project a sense of control over the situation, on the inside, it was pandemonium. Somehow, despite everything, this event had taken all of them by surprise. How could anyone have predicted that the cradle of our solar system's delicate living balance would suddenly become a meat grinder? A huge number of Foundation operatives were wiped out in the initial exposure. Global communication infrastructure had been devastated. It was pure chaos. And to SCP-682, as another evil tactician once put it, chaos was a ladder. From the inside of his acid tank, 682 could sense the fear and pain suddenly exuding from his surrounding environment. It was greater than ever before. What was happening out there? This was no average containment breach. Something was really happening out there. 682 began to adapt and finally attune its hearing, until it could pick up the chatter from outside.
Maybe we can convert some of the D-class barracks into serviceable bunkers for the refugees. It's not like we're prepared for this kind of capacity.
Oh god, we've lost Site 7, Site 10, Site 23, Site 40, Site 52.
Death toll looks to be in the billions. Well, we don't know if they're dead technically, but they're sure as hell not human anymore.
Oh, this is the big one. This is it. XK class. Even 2,000 is unaccounted for. Is O5 crazy that they think we're fighting the freaking sun?
Needless to say, 682's curiosity was piqued. Anything that could light a fire under the Foundation like this was something he could enjoy. And with his impressively strategic intellect, he intuited that a time of great strife for the Foundation would be the perfect time to breach containment. Because whenever there's violence, fear, and chaos on a mass scale, SCP-682 will be there, causing it. 682 began adapting his pores and endocrine system to begin releasing a powerful alkaline substance. Little by little, the alkaline neutralized the acids surrounding him, turning it into little more than plain water. He then converted his internal systems to have extreme endothermic rather than exothermic properties, causing his surrounding temperature to drop rapidly until all the water in the tank completely froze around him. The ice expanded beyond the limit of the containment unit, busting the rivets of the metal frame and shattering the reinforced glass. With this goal achieved, 682 raised his internal temperatures to incredible highs, melting the ice around him. Once again, he was free and ready for some good old-fashioned carnage and mayhem. Perhaps he could get a better handle on this strange new situation too. It was all rather exciting. Just a girl with goals, huh? SCP Foundation personnel were already running around like ants trying desperately to avoid the caustic laser beam of the magnifying glass. You can only imagine how much worse it made matters when 682 suddenly burst through the wall, Kool-Aid Man style, and began to ruthlessly massacre everyone around him. Just one of those days, you know. The typical order during a 682 containment breach is to dispatch all available units to get him back under control. The issue with this particular containment breach was that given the human population was very rapidly being melted, and they were the only ones who could potentially save the rest, they didn't really have any available units to pursue and recontain 682. For once, he really wasn't a priority, and that meant terrible things for whoever he ran into. 682 slaughtered his way through any researchers or guards who dared to get in his way. Disgusting creatures, really. Better off dead. He clawed and bit and tore and crushed with almost childlike glee, leaving great piles of bodies in his wake. All the while, he was pondering the things he heard those Foundation drones saying. Something about the sun and an XK-class scenario. Interesting. 682 also observed that any apertures that could potentially allow light into the facility had also been shuttered. Perhaps they weren't overreacting this time like they always did with him. Maybe they were dealing with some kind of phenomenon that would now cast this wretched world and those who lived in it into the void. Wouldn't that be a fitting karmic fate for them all? Still, 682's bloodlust didn't outweigh his logic. He needed to know more about the situation before proceeding, and in this, maybe he could kill 2 Foundation birds with 1 stone. Elsewhere in the building, alarms blared. The air was suffused with panicked voices and frequent screams. Nobody knew what was going on. Not really. They'd only gotten details here and there, and the details they'd received were terrifying. All their families and loved ones outside, probably gone. So many of the people and so much of the world they'd been fighting for, risking it all for, had disappeared in an instant, carried to hell on a ray of sunshine. Why were they still here? Was this horror not truly uncontainable? These questions were swimming through the mind of Agent Nigel Kelly as he stood alone in his office, almost catatonic. He'd had his friends and family on the outside, all likely reduced to those horrible fleshy blobs. He was alone in the world, risking his life for nothing. How could this get any worse? His mind kept repeating that question again and again and again, and the universe gave him an answer in the form of a deep reptilian voice saying,
Found you.
Into his ear from behind. He turned with a shriek to see the terrible eyes of 682 staring into his own. Before he could try to flee or reach for a weapon that he knew would only mildly annoy the already furious beast, 682 reached out with a massive clawed hand and grabbed him by the torso, lifting him up into the air. The creature was gripping so tight that he could feel his ribs starting to crack.
You laughed at me, Agent Kelly.
The monster hissed.
Am I funny to you? Do I seem like the type to tell jokes? Do you feel like laughing now?
Agent Kelly begged and pleaded for his life, fighting for his next breath from the crushing squeeze of the creature's terrible hand. 682 roared at him to be silent and ordered him to tell him everything he knew about the situation going on outside. If the information was useful, 682 might show his thought to be non-existent magnanimous side and let Agent Kelly live. Of course, Agent Kelly didn't fancy his chances, but what other choice did he have? He told 682 that the higher-ups were calling this SCP-001 when day breaks. The sun had gone rogue somehow, and being in contact with any kind of sunlight would now cause people to instantaneously melt into horrifying, living sludge. And it wasn't just people. The condition also affected anomalies, and interestingly, it appeared to negate all previous anomalous effects, so 682's adaptational ability may not even save it if it was exposed. He told 682 everything he knew. Are you gonna let me live? Agent Kelly asked, struggling to breathe. 682's terrible maw twisted into what might have been a smile.
Oh, Agent Kelly,
he said with unsettling joy.
that was a joke. Didn't you find that one funny?
A terrible scream emanated from the agent's office. If one good thing could be said for what happened to Agent Kelly that day, at least he didn't live long enough to see the ravages of the terrible sun firsthand. 682 began to formulate a plan. He took Agent Kelly's wristwatch and integrated it into his body, so he'd have a permanent internal clock. It was the middle of summer, so the sun would have reliably set at 9 p.m. and would likely begin its rise around 5 a.m. It would be relatively easy to avoid the sun, all things considered. For lack of a more eloquent way to put it, when it comes to adapting to new threats, SCP-682 is simply built different. After slaughtering a few other members of SCP Foundation staff for the road, hey, it's not like anyone was fit to stop him, 682 began enacting the new phase of his plan. His body grew a thick, smooth carapace, and his front set of limbs began to grow, his muscles bulging and his claws growing, the tips turning into sharp, flat scoops. With sudden and tremendous force, 682 began boring his way into the ground, tunneling, clawing through concrete and dirt with absolute ease. Normally, the SCP Foundation would have deployed high-tech seismic sensors and the kind of tunnel-boring machines that Elon Musk could only dream of to intercept and recapture him. But during the endless horrors of the breaking day, he had carte blanche to escape and live it up in the ruins of this rapidly dying world. Eventually, 682 had bored his way into a roomy sewer pipe, the perfect place to wait out a few hours. Up above, so many millions screamed, either in fear or in agony. There had been some new developments that the SCP Foundation had been yet to account for. While they knew that those melted by the rogue sun were technically alive and trapped in a permanent state of suffering, what the Foundation didn't know was that these former humans were incredibly dangerous in their own right. The sun hadn't just irreparably warped their bodies, it had also irreparably warped their minds. It has enslaved them, made them zealots, acolytes. They developed the instinct to coagulate into giant fleshy masses, driven by the single-minded purpose of finding victims and dragging them into the light, where they too could be converted into these terrible fleshy creatures and add to the masses. They were the rogue sun's boots on the ground, metaphorically speaking. And now they were the Foundation's greatest challenge in getting a handle on this situation again. Before, it was just encouraging people to avoid the sun. Now, the sun was actively trying to increase its exposure. But 682, who was having a relaxing evening not being melted for once down in the sewers, couldn't care less. He was having the most calming few hours he'd had in years. He waited, checking the time, making sure that it would be dark before he began tunneling back up to the surface world. He surfaced in the middle of his city, miles away from the Foundation facility he'd spent so many decades being tortured in. He tasted the cool night air and observed the desolation that had been wrought all around him. Buildings were on fire, cars were crashed and overturned, the ground was cracked. Garbled SCP Foundation public service announcements played to nobody in the broken display windows of electronics stores. Giant wads of human flesh roamed, slithering around searching for new victims. One noticed 682 and began to approach him, gibbering madly in a chorus of strange voices. The hard-to-destroy reptile wasted no time in attacking. It tore apart most of the hideous blob and began hungrily devouring the chunks. The form may have been different, but it still tasted like human flesh, and SCP-682 savored every bite. It would be so simple. These blobs of idiotic flesh were so easy to kill, and there would be so many terrified humans in this devastated world, hiding away in dark places, holding out the hope that maybe they could reach the safety of a Foundation facility. 682 chuckled at the very thought. Foolish hope would drown in an endless well of black, caustic despair. He would find them. He would rest underground in the day and then hunt them in the dark. They would all die screaming, bloodying his claws and fangs. Nothing and nobody would stop him. He looked out over this strange new world and laughed a little louder. It was just delightful. Another day, another failed attempt to execute SCP-682, the infamous hard-to-destroy reptile. The most recent attempt was SCP-272, an old iron nail with the ability to pin people's shadows to the ground and tear them to shreds when different configurations of light makes their shadows go haywire. Just when it seemed like 272 and a high-powered disco ball might be the thing to win the Foundation's war against the misanthropic lizard, it did what it always did. Pulled out a trump card and ruined everything. Its body evolved a sudden intense bioluminescence that completely eliminated the beast's shadow by overpowering all other light sources in the room. This not only rendered the Foundation's strobe lights utterly useless, but blinded several members of D-Class personnel who were sent in to check on the beast during testing. This resulted, predictably, in another big fat L for the SCP Foundation. 682, 435, Foundation 0. And nobody was more frustrated than Dr. Samet. Samet was a Foundation greenhorn with big ambitions. Like every jerk at the office, he was less concerned with doing his job right and far more concerned with climbing the corporate ladder. Samet had done all he could cozy up to site directors and even the overseers far above, all with the goal of someday getting a seat at their high table. But as any SCP fans know, they're not just giving out positions on or just under the O5 Council. To swing something like that, you need to really make an impression. You need to wow them. And what would be a better way to do that than being the person who killed SCP-682? Surely, if he had actually buried that beast, they'd hand him the keys to the proverbial castle. So Dr. Samet had done everything he could to get reassigned to the 682 termination effort, and only now was he realizing just how in over his head he truly was. Dr. Samet needed help from a higher power. If he ever hoped of beating SCP-682, the man needed God on his side. Thankfully, they just so happened to have God chilling out in his containment cell in Site-17. Perhaps through enlisting the help of Earth's divine arbiter, he could bring an end to the scourge of SCP-682 and rocket himself to success in the process. However, while Dr. Samet may have been arrogant, he wasn't completely delusional. He knew he didn't have the standing to address SCP-343 directly, much less to ask him for a hand in destroying SCP-682. He'd need a go-between, someone with tenure, someone who commanded respect among SCP Foundation staff, as well as the very anomalies they governed. Perhaps someone who was a little bit anomalous themselves. And who better fits this description than the living legend Dr. Jack Bright. Dr. Samet had, of course, read the Doctor's personnel files. Everybody at the Foundation knew about Dr. Bright's exploits, from what he's done to the various things he isn't allowed to do, which we'll cover in a future video. He's also dug up the SCP-963 files, the anomalous medallion keeping Dr. Bright alive, whether he likes it or not. While a discussion of the exact nature of the medallion isn't something you'd want to have in front of Dr. Bright himself, after all, it is a touchy subject, you could make the argument that the medallion is the real him. It is where his soul is condemned to spend perhaps the rest of eternity, killing and stealing the body of anyone or anything that touched it. He'd become an immortal parasite, destined to take the finite lives of others while his own marches on forever. Remind you of anyone? Dr. Samet got into contact with Dr. Bright and explained his plan. With Bright's help, he'd recruit SCP-343 and bring the very wrath of God down onto the hard-to-destroy reptile. Of course, while Dr. Samet naturally assumed himself to be the smartest person in the room, Dr. Bright had a more realistic assessment of the ambitious young Turk's skills. He saw Samet for what he truly was. A climber, a butt kisser, a greedy, power-hungry bureaucrat wearing a lab coat, and he thought that made him a researcher? It was laughable. What Dr. Bright found less funny, though, was Dr. Samet's insistence on calling him SCP-963. There's a lot to know about Dr. Bright, but one thing you should definitely commit to memory is that you should never, under any circumstances, call Dr. Bright SCP-963. And if you were forever entwined with a necklace that doomed you to watch everyone you know and love age and die while depriving you of that same release, you'd probably resent being associated with it too. Dr. Bright did agree to participate in Dr. Samet's harebrained termination scheme, but with a warning that he did not give lightly. If ever Dr. Samet called him 963 again, he would have one of his own loyal team members, nicknamed the Lucky Bunch for their high survival rate compared to other Foundation research teams, shoot him in the foot. Dr. Bright steeled himself and entered 343's containment cell, where the playful deity had taken the form of the late comedian George Burns, complete with his trademark glasses and half-smoked stogie. They made small talk, with 343 delivering his usual high-handed cryptic parables about his plans for Dr. Bright and everybody else. He even momentarily teased the idea of freeing him from his curse, But Dr. Bright knew better than to buy into these fairy tales. He talked SCP-343 into a cross-test, but didn't tell him it was with 682, or that he was expected to terminate it. That was better left as a surprise. Dr. Samet and Dr. Bright stood in the observation area outside the cross-testing chamber. Samet was giddy with excitement and confidence in this new experiment. Dr. Bright's reactions were a hell of a lot more measured. He'd been working at the Foundation long enough now to know that terminating SCP-682 was a fool's errand. The only researchers still intent on trying it were doing so out of stubbornness and ego. And when 343 and 682 were released into the chamber, Dr. Bright's healthy pessimism was more than justified. 682 attacked a nearby door, attempting to breach containment, while 343 looked around, confused and seemingly unable to see anything. When he was ordered to kill 682, he was shocked to learn 682 was even in the room. He stormed off moments later in a huff, saying,
"He's not one of mine. Deal with him yourself."
Dr. Bright was unsurprised. Dr. Samet was shocked and furious. How could this have failed? They literally had God on their side. This setback would seriously compromise his chances of rising through the ranks, unless he found a quick way to make the best out of a bad situation and save face. Without even thinking, he turned to Dr. Bright and said, "Fine, it didn't work, doesn't matter. Get yourself ready, 963, you're going in." So it was decided. Dr. Bright himself would face off with SCP-682 in SCP-343's place. Dr. Bright was a betting man. He loved a good game of chance, and he estimated that his odds of succeeding were exceptionally low. But what would be the point in refusing? Even if he couldn't kill SCP-682, perhaps he would get lucky and the reptile would kill him instead. So many enticing possibilities. Dr. Bright left to prepare for the coming battle. And because nobody would say that Dr. Bright wasn't a man of his word, he had one of his assistants shoot Dr. Samet in the foot. A few days later, Dr. Bright, Dr. Samet, now in a wheelchair while he recovered from his unfortunate foot injury, and a collection of other researchers, including Dr. Sophia Light, were convened in a conference room, planning out their assault on SCP-682. A mechanical staff of sorts was laying on the table in front of him, a kind of powerful taser capable of firing out painful bolts of electricity. It would be the only object Dr. Bright carried into the chamber with him that day, but only as a way of getting 682's attention, not as a weapon. The true weapon was SCP-963. The plan was simple. SCP-682 would eat Dr. Bright, and the power of SCP-963 would destroy it from within. As anyone with an awareness of 963's anomalous properties could tell you, for most living beings, touching the medallion results in immediate brain death, followed by the consciousness of Dr. Bright inhabiting your mindless body. If they could get this phenomenon to work for SCP-682, perhaps with Dr. Bright's mind in SCP-682's body, could they now end the life of this wretched beast once and for all? Like with all matters involving SCP-682 and Dr. Bright, it was most likely not going to be so simple. When Dr. Bright entered the test chamber with 682, as Dr. Samet and the others watched from the observation room, the results were sudden and violent. Dr. Bright zapped the monster with his electrostaff, and it came charging for him, a terrible fury of teeth and claws. Dr. Bright had died so many times, and yet he couldn't even recall many experiences more unpleasant than this. And as 682's interior flesh met SCP-963, Dr. Bright woke up in the middle of a strange new place. There was a man standing over him that looked oddly familiar, except for the strange chainmail hauberk he was wearing. When Dr. Bright found his feet, he recognized the man. It was a D-Class. In fact, the first body he'd ever inhabited after his soul fused with SCP-963. But he wasn't alone here. There were so many people, all of them wearing the same chainmail and carrying the same electrostaffs that Dr. Bright had carried into the chamber with him. Little by little, he recognized every single one of the faces. They were all people whose bodies he'd taken, whose lives he'd cut short to further his own. He looked around and saw more bizarre sights. A grand castle, structured like a deranged Escher painting. And up above, drowning out the sky, was a great reptilian behemoth, like SCP-682 on steroids, made entirely from barbecue sauce. The D-Class broke the surreal news. None of this was real. It was a fantasy his mind had concocted to help him cope with his consciousness bonding with SCP-682. A more palatable way of perceiving his new reality. and if he ever wanted to get out and be himself again, he would need to fight and conquer the beast within. Dr. Bright joined forces with his past victims, including one former Level 2 researcher, Damien Smith. Together, using their electro-staffs, Bright and his army of mental constructs blasted the great monster in the sky from the safe confines of the castle. However, things weren't quite as safe as Dr. Bright had first imagined. The massive creature descended upon them, tearing the castle to shreds with its huge claws. The construct of Damon Smith was devoured in the process. Dr. Bright's brief illusion of victory was soon stifled by one immutable fact. You could not defeat SCP-682. He retreated from the monster into the darkness of his own nightmares. From there, he woke up. Dr. Bright was in a hospital bed, the medallion attached to a new body after 682's body had rejected it. He was greeted by Dr. Sophia Light and a member of the O5 Council. Dr. Bright had effectively been gone for days. When he asked what happened on the outside, he was told that 682 had entered a 36-hour coma before growing massive claws and tunneling out of containment, where it caused a massive breach. Though strangely, upon breaking out of the chamber, it only attacked one researcher. And in unrelated news, Dr. Samet had been taken off the 682 case. It didn't take long for things to return to normal for Dr. Bright. Well, as normal as life can be when you're a man as strange as him. But while few would notice it, 682 was left altered. It had taken a souvenir from Dr. Bright, fragments of the consciousness of Damon Smith. It felt his pain, his fear. It tasted it, dissected it, and now understood it. And when the opportunity presented itself once more, as it always did, he couldn't wait to inflict it on others. Abel wandered through the sands, a lone warrior, dragging a long, dark sword behind him, his black cloak flowing in the gentle breeze. The sword was thirsty. It had been too long since it tasted blood. What had it been? A day since he cut down 10 men in a tavern without breaking a sweat? They bled and screamed like pigs as he diced them into bloody chunks. He couldn't remember their faces. They hadn't earned that. Very few combatants had been remarkable enough to warrant committing to memory. It was all just more dead flesh. He took a sip from his canteen and sighed. Did this world hold no more challenges? What a boring eternity was laying out before him. His burden as the greatest warrior of all time weighed on him heavier than the chain. It was old and rusty, levered over his shoulder and grasped in one bloody hand. About 15 feet behind him, the chain was connected to a dark stone sarcophagus that was as much a part of him as his eyes, skin, or heart. If ever he was slain in the glorious heat of battle, he'd rise out of it, ready to fight and kill another day. All because of the actions of his worthless, good-for-nothing brother. He looked up when he heard the rush of footsteps and the clanking of armor. Warriors, or whatever passed for them around here, about 20 of them, circled all around him. Yes. Oh, yes. His grip tightened around his sword. One of the warriors called out something about him being under arrest by order of the king for murders beyond counting. Abel couldn't help but yawn. Words, words, words. Why even bother? He dropped the chain, and in one fluid motion, he threw his sword. In a fraction of a second, it pierced the armor of the chattering man, spearing him through his formerly beating heart. The scream died in his throat. He fell to his knees, then collapsed entirely. The other soldiers sent to kill or apprehend him turned to their fallen leader and gasped. It was that little gasp, that moment of distraction, that sealed their fates. Abel's face cracked into a whisper of a grin as he drew 2 long daggers from the darkness of his coat. He'd at least try to have fun with this. Before the others could even get over their leader's sudden death, Abel had vaulted forward and begun his delicate dance of slaughter. Every swing found its way through armor and into skin. He sliced throats, cleaved off heads, parried blows, and pierced hearts. There was barely a single scream. Abel killed too quick for screams. In what would seem like the blink of an eye for some, the soldiers around Abel fell. Most dead, the rest dying. Some looked up to him in their dying moments, in terrified awe of the efficacy of their killer. In their dying moments, they knew that they never had a chance. They might as well have been facing the glistening scythe of death himself on the battlefield. Abel, on the other hand, rolled his eyes and sighed. Another pathetic waste of time. He sensed movement in the corner of his eye. One of the wounded soldiers was limping to his feet, trying to use the sword to lever himself off of the ground. With a flick of each wrist, Abel tossed his knives into the man, killing him instantly. It really was that easy. "Your attempt to kill me does not offend me," he said to whoever was still able to hear. "What offends me is that they would send so few, and that those few would be such pitiful excuses for soldiers. This wasn't a battle, it was a mercy killing." He was ready to turn around, grab the chain, and carry on walking, when he felt a sudden pain in his back. There was a slight whistle, then another sharp spike of pain. There were now 2 arrows sticking out of his back. Abel turned, surprised, and saw a much larger force standing behind him. Swordsmen, archers, men with clubs and axes and chains. The ones he'd killed were little more than a distraction. This was the real threat. This was a real army. Perhaps these fools would give him some actual exercise. He reached into his cloak and pulled out a mighty obsidian battle axe. At the very least, he tried to have a little fun turning this fighting force into cold cuts. A fog of arrows sailed through the air as he charged forwards, perforating his body, but the injuries didn't slow him down. He lunged, slashed, and cleaved. Even as the weapon struck him, he carried on, killing person after person. At times, it was almost exciting. Almost, but not quite. By the time he was done, none were left standing. 30 arrows were sticking out of him. He'd been cut deep by more weapons than he could count on his fingers and toes. He was breathing deeply, scarred chest pumping up and down. He coughed blood and cracked his neck back into place. They might have cut him a little too deep this time. No matter. Abel fell to his knees, feeling the life draining from him. He wondered when he awoke from the coffin again what the world would look like. Sometimes it was days. Sometimes weeks, months, or even years. As he fell forward, dying once again, he'd hoped that he'd wake into a world with a warrior or beast that could actually challenge him. Maybe someday. This was one of Abel's many lives, hundreds of years before he was contained by the SCP Foundation. He's perhaps the greatest warrior who ever lived, died, and lived again. He's a man so individually deadly that not only is he kept in a containment chamber under the sea, surrounded by highly trained and armored guards, he has his own localized on-site nuclear weapon, ready to blow away and annihilate him and his entire containment area if deemed necessary. He may not be a contagious anomalous pathogen or a lethal mimetic hazard, or a giant beast shooting world-destroying fireballs in every direction, but if this one-man massacre was left to his own devices, there's no doubt that he would methodically slaughter his way through the human race until an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario was practically inevitable. He was fueled by pure hatred and an almost bottomless bloodlust. He simply lived to fight and kill. And not only did he have the will and the skill to be a pure force of annihilation, but his anomalous abilities also make him perfectly tailored to the task. He has massively enhanced physical strength, speed, and durability, taking the kind of damage that would kill several normal humans to reliably put him down. Though even that is only a temporary measure. Abel will always resurrect back into his black sarcophagus to menace the SCP Foundation another day. It is also effectively impossible to disarm Abel, because he has the anomalous ability to pull deadly edged weapons from localized pocket dimensions at will, and his proficiency with these weapons is unlike any warrior the world has ever known, before or since. During containment breaches, he's regularly killed scores of trained Foundation guards, with both numerical advantages and considerably more advanced ranged weapons. Despite being a simple humanoid, he was taking up a truly insane amount of containment resources. Despite his violent tendencies, Abel is still a recognizable sentient human, albeit an extremely deadly anomalous one. This led some higher-ups at the Foundation to come up with an interesting idea. What if Abel's eternal rage could be harnessed? What if they could use their resources to reshape this rampaging killer into a devoted sword of the Foundation's cause? After all, if he wanted worthy opponents, what could be more worthy than the anomalous monsters that the Foundation faced on a daily basis? and as long as they kept the sarcophagus, even if Abel was killed in the line of duty, he'd still be accounted for. In many ways, if he could be trained and truly brought to heel, there could be no better asset to their coming struggles. It was this logic, allowing anomalies to work for the SCP Foundation in exchange for benefits, that led to the creation of a new, groundbreaking mobile task force, MTF Omega-7, Pandora's Box. This group became the SCP Foundation's Hail Mary Pass. For any particularly dangerous or potentially deadly missions, they could send in Abel along with a group of highly trained Foundation soldiers that even the ancient blade-wielding warrior held respect for. While, like their namesake, Pandora's Box, it would all wind up in terrible tragedy. To begin with, they achieved some of the highest mission successful results of any mobile task force on the Foundation's payroll. No task was too challenging for them to swoop in and crush it. This was far from expected. Abel, one of the most violent SCPs they'd ever contained, suddenly became a great asset to their operations, a vital tool in their quest to keep the anomalous at bay. He cleaved through legions of Chaos Insurgency soldiers during breaches into their secure sites. He fought off well-paid, well-trained, and well-armed bodyguards of Marshall Carter and Dark Limited during Foundation raids on their clandestine operations. He'd even gone toe-to-toe with some of the deadliest anomalies in containment during mass escapes. It was hard to imagine how they'd ever lived without him. Of course, while Abel was happier than he'd had been in years, in his element. In fact, as a working warrior giving varied missions and frequent opponents, there was still something nagging at him. His thoughts were hounded by his white whale, the endless search for a truly worthy opponent, someone or something that could really give him a run for his money. After millennia of leaving opponents dead in his wake, nothing would bring him more joy than meeting someone that actually knocked him on his ass. A new bar somewhere above him to work towards. Oh, what a glorious day that would be. Eventually, the Foundation started to run into a problem. They were running out of missions to give Abel. After all, he wasn't the kind of operative you could just give any mission to. His potential for collateral damage was truly staggering. He'd neutralize the anomaly, then slaughter everyone within a 100-foot range just to work off some of the excess energy. Like a hand grenade, he was powerful, but dangerously imprecise. If they ran out of high-priority missions, what were they supposed to do? Just put Abel back in his box to gather dust until someone else rolled around? He was getting antsy enough between missions already. That's when an unexpected member of personnel stepped forward, Dr. Jack Bright. You see, Dr. Bright and Abel had a history, and not an altogether pleasant one. Not that anyone could really have a pleasant history with Abel. Jack was only a junior researcher when he had his run-in, carrying a seemingly worthless medallion dubbed SCP-682 back to its containment locker. That's when a wall next to him exploded, showering him with brick fragments and dust, only to reveal Abel standing behind the new aperture. Before young Dr. Bright even had a chance to scream, Abel had already cleaved through him, leaving him in two distinct parts that were both very much dead. At least, it seemed that way, until it was revealed that Dr. Bright's consciousness had actually been eternally bonded with SCP-682, giving him the gift and curse of immortality. Since then, Dr. Bright had become increasingly reckless in his conduct, perhaps hoping that the next time he fades to black, the movie that is his sad, strange life won't just start to roll again. Of course, he hasn't been lucky in that regard yet. Naturally, this has given Dr. Bright complex feelings about his fellow anomalous Foundation employee. So when the call came around, all the senior researchers and site directors asking if there were any tasks that Abel seemed fit for, he had one very pressing suggestion. After all, it wasn't that long after Dr. Bright had been forced into a cross-test with the intention of terminating 682, which had not only been a failure, but a generally painful and exhausting experience. Now, perhaps it would be Abel's turn to take his lumps. He happily put forth a suggestion, claiming that surely the Foundation's new sword-wielding Golden Boy could give the hard-to-destroy reptile the old college try. After all, even if Abel was killed in the process, he'd just come right back. It was a situation where they really could not lose. So why not take a chance? What's the worst that could happen? The O5 Council found Dr. Bright's pitch extremely compelling. He succeeded in every mission they'd given him so far, so perhaps he could carry that success into the Herculean task of actually terminating 682. One boundlessly bloodthirsty killer might be the only thing truly capable of taking out another of equal magnitude. When Abel was informed of this latest mission, he got a scary glint in his eye. They gave him warning after warning. The beast is said to be unkillable. It can adapt to anything. It's killed scores of people and survived the attacks of anomalies thought to be flawless killers. The more it was explained to him, the more Abel felt the tingling sensation deep within. Was this it? Had he now discovered the perfect opponent? Something that would actually challenge him, would actually put him through his paces? Yes, yes, yes. He accepted the mission without question. Abel would fight SCP-682 until his breath was no longer. In order to prepare for the match, SCP-682 was released into a secure area, rocky desert-like terrain, bordered on all sides by a Foundation perimeter, hundreds of meters away on all sides. They thought it best for the showdown to happen here. After all, with combatants like Abel and 682, it was bound to make a mess, one way or another. Abel strode with pronounced swagger onto the battleground shortly afterwards, carrying perhaps the most powerful sword he'd ever summoned. It was somewhere between a claymore and a chainsaw, an unholy union that gave the resulting weapon a degree of deranged badassery not ever seen on the battlefields of planet Earth before. Carrying this thing, Abel felt like a king, and he was about to slay the most ancient and bestial of monsters. As he approached 682 and took in the whole of it, he could feel his heart pounding with excitement in his chest. It was a huge reptilian nightmare. He could see its scales hardening into a mighty carapace as he approached. Its huge serrated fangs, its bulging sinewy muscles, and insane dagger-like claws. Oh yes, this would be the one. The beast snarled at him as he approached. He just smiled, puffed out his chest, and said, "I have heard tales of creatures like you. Glorious beasts of scale and flesh, talon and fang. A prowess in battle even greater than the immense intellect hiding behind those bestial eyes. They said your kind once ruled the earth from enormous stockpiles of treasure, killing and eating all who displeased you. But you were knocked from your throne one by the great warriors who walk this world no longer, until they were no more, and you became but a mere myth. Even I had thought you to be nothing but fairy tales, but yet here you stand before me, a living dragon." In response to Abel's lofty speech, the monster merely grumbled and chided him, claiming he was little more than a pathetic SCP Foundation lapdog, following orders and being manipulated. It showed no respect for Abel as a valued enemy combatant, merely another nuisance thrown at it in a futile attempt to finish its wretched and seemingly eternal life. Abel couldn't take such insolence. He leapt forwards, bringing down his mighty chainsaw claymore, ready to cleave the beast in two. However, what he didn't expect was the move SCP-682 pulled next, throwing its head up against the blade of Abel's sword, shredding away huge chunks of flesh and bone, and utterly confusing Abel in the process. For the first time in a lifetime of intense battles, Abel found himself thinking, "What the hell am I up against here?" The force of 682's headbutt threw Abel off balance, leaving his stomach briefly exposed, but briefly was all SCP-682 needed. It thundered its massive stony fist into Abel's gut, throwing him like a ragdoll into a nearby rock, with such a force that it nearly shattered the rock behind him. It was a force like he hadn't felt in years. He spat some bloody teeth and grinned. This was just what the doctor ordered. He issued a challenge to the beast in a long-dead language as it seized violently, regenerating, growing, taking on the stony qualities of the ground around it. It looked like a vengeful living mountain, a true behemoth of a beast. In other words, challenge accepted. Abel pulled an obscenely giant mace from the shadows of his cloak, the handle 6 feet long with a chaos of swirling blades and spikes. A perfect weapon for slaying a dragon like this, he thought to himself. The two charged at each other full of power and fury. Abel swung the mace once again, shattering the creature's head and flinging it back across the battlefield with the sheer force of its strike. The decimated lizard clawed its way into the ground, devouring the rocks and the earth, integrating more matter to fuel its regeneration. But it wasn't long before Abel was upon it again, striking mercilessly, giving blows as the monster gave brutal claw strikes in return. They were ripping each other's bodies apart, piece by piece, but Abel felt so exhilarated he could barely even notice. It was the fight of his life, a battle against a truly worthy opponent. This was heaven. Abel leaped into the air and unleashed a volley of deadly chakram down onto the beast, shredding into its reinforced flesh. As the force of gravity brought him down, he pulled a mighty axe from his cloak and bellowed a warrior's roar as he brought it down, splattering into the nightmarish body of SCP-682. However, this did nothing to even slow the beast down. It flipped over, slashing Abel with its claws. When Abel stumbled, it leaped on top of him, unleashing devastating slashes and punches onto the fallen warrior with the speed of a machine gun firing. When it raised its claw to deal with the killing blow, though, Abel once again turned the tables. He produced a giant pair of mechanical scissors from thin air and sliced off both of SCP-682's forelegs. The beast descended with its mighty jaws to devour Abel, but he kicked up with freakish strength behind his bladed boot. The sheer force of the kick flipped SCP-682 onto its back. Now it was Abel's turn to execute his opponent, though on some level he thought it would be an awful shame to lose such a terrific beast from this world of cardboard. Still, a battle is a battle, and this is how they go. He jumped onto 682 and went berserk, slashing into it relentlessly with blade after blade, pulling out a new one every time the old one broke down from his sheer ferocity. He screamed in incoherent battle fury, tearing, slicing, ripping, rending. Yes, 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 yes! As Abel stepped away to breathe, the beast began to regenerate, releasing a shockwave that started to warp reality around it. But Abel wouldn't have this. No, he would give this beast no quarter. It was time to present the true pain he was notorious for. He pulled a long sword from his cloak and charged, taking air and bringing it down towards SCP-682's head. The beast, sensing the warrior's presence, opened its mouth, unleashing a chasm of horrifying teeth within. The two were on a fierce collision course. As the jaws closed, Abel descended. Both roared in infinite rage and bloodlust. Both combatants fell to the ground, just twitching. Oh, what a glorious, terrible day it had been. Neither had died for good, but both would remember this incredible battle forever. When Abel awoke once more in his dark stone coffin, he did so with a smile. What a battle. What a fight. What a truly honorable pursuit. After so long being bored and unfulfilled, he found an opponent that got his blood pumping once more. His stomach grumbled. A post-battle feast was in order. Now where did they put that magic pizza box? You all remember the story. One of the most epic, sprawling, action-packed tales in the entire multiverse. The saga of Pietro Wilson and the SCP-5000 exclusion suit. He went through an unimaginable hell to reset the universe and save the world from an SCP Foundation that had seemingly lost its mind, and an unprecedented international mass containment breach that had the stated goal of wiping out the human race. It was one of the most horrifying possible timelines imaginable, and we should all be thankful for Pietro's struggle and sacrifice. Or should we? After all, there are two sides to every story, each with its own perspective and insight. One side of the coin was Pietro, a man willing to do anything to return normalcy to the human race. On the other side was a familiar yet wholly unexpected face, SCP-682. In our original telling of the SCP-5000 Odyssey, you may have noticed passing mentions of SCP-682 here and there. It was one of those thousands of anomalies unleashed across the world to wreak terrible havoc on all of us. But what you may not have known is that SCP-682 was one of the few intelligent entities that weren't surprised by the sudden turn taken by the SCP Foundation, or indeed the world at large. SCP-682 knew something like this was inevitable, as soon as human beings found out about it. That's right. it, the entity behind all the pain and misery of SCP-5000. And today, thanks to the inner thoughts of none other than SCP-682 itself, you will understand what it's all about and why the SCP Foundation took such severe action against it. But in order to truly understand this and the role that SCP-682 plays in it, we need to get back to the beginning. Two Foundation projects with wildly different research implications, Project Numa and Project Demerong. The first involved using cutting-edge technological advancements to map out the human psychosphere and understand the psychic web that connects us all. The latter was an attempt to explore what happens after death, and perhaps even gain some control over its processes. But as is often the case when mankind dabbles in arcane questions better left unexplored, the SCP Foundation didn't like the answers they found. The rotten fruit of Project Demerong was SCP-2718, also known as What Happens After Death. If you're already familiar with this one, then there's a good chance a chill just went down your spine. It's widely considered one of the most disturbing anomalous discoveries ever, and a member of the O5 Council who'd already experienced it decided to submit himself for eternal torture at the hands of SCP-106, just so he could avoid it. According to SCP-2718, after death there is no heaven, no hell, and no oblivion. The human consciousness endures in the most horrifying way possible. It remains bonded to its decaying earthly body, feeling the slow agony of rot for eternity. Unable to speak, unable to move, unable to scream, but fully aware as everything they once were putrefies and withers away. And cremation isn't an escape here, it's worse. Every molecule of ash your body is reduced to will cry out in silence, echoing around the empty halls of your fragmented soul forever. With something this utterly horrifying, the natural follow-up questions are, why does this happen? And for the love of all that is good and pure on this earth, is there any way to stop it? This brings us to Project Numa, the one that's even more closely associated with the events of SCP-5000. The Foundation's attempts to map out the human psychosphere resulted in a world-shattering discovery. Something was living in there. The entity. The powerful, nameless creature we've been referring to as it. It lives in so many of our heads, watching, waiting, and of course, feeding. The main question here is, on what? Prior to the discovery that changed everything in the world of SCP-5000, the only being that truly knew was SCP-682 itself, melting away in its acid tank, bound by reinforced restraints, hurting, bored, hating. Imagine for a second what the life of SCP-682 is like. It isn't the most dangerous of the anomalies out there. There are Devourer of Worlds and Scarlet Kings more happy to crush our whole world in their claws, nor is it the most sadistic. A being like SCP-106 offers a far more painful death than being quickly mauled, crushed, or eaten by the hard-to-destroy reptile. And despite this, the Foundation expends countless resources in trying to murder it on a constant basis. It has been burnt, melted, eaten alive, drowned, slashed, beaten, dissected, suffocated, erased from existence, set upon by nightmare creatures, torn to shreds on an atomic level, and even more terrible termination attempts than you can possibly imagine. We've made several videos on the subject, and even we have barely scratched the surface of the pain inflicted on SCP-682 by the SCP Foundation. Even in its default state, SCP-682 is constantly submerged in hydrofluoric acid, eating away at it forever. Does that remind you of anything else we've been talking about? You might wonder how SCP-682 can withstand this level of constant torture without completely losing its mind. To put it very simply, 682 takes a great deal of satisfaction in knowing that what every human has to contend with after death is far worse than the tortures it expected to endure at the pathetic hands of these doomed human fools. It already knew what Project Numa discovered. It already knew about it, the entity. It felt the constant suffering of the teeming billions of dead in the world around it, and it found it disgusting. An interesting choice of words, and a favorite for SCP-682, but also for the captured SCP Foundation agent Samuel Ross during SCP-5000. As we discussed briefly in our SCP-5000 coverage, something happened that aligned the perspectives of the SCP Foundation with that of the monstrous reptile. that they had taken such pleasure in tormenting. What on earth could cause the protectors of humanity to suddenly change their tune like this? There are other little clues embedded in Pietro's terrifying SCP-5000 experience. You may remember a strange and frightening scene where a Foundation field commander went down a row of Foundation soldiers, stabbing each of them with a large combat knife, and none of them reacted. Until one did, at which point his comrades set upon him like mad dogs and killed him, displaying an uncharacteristic level of swift brutality. And then there are the classified files from the O5 Council and the Ethics Committee, led by Chairman Odongo Tejani. It goes without saying that the O5 Council and the Ethics Committee don't really see eye to eye on anything, but the results of Project Numa change that. The following is classified conversation between a member of the O5 Council, namely O5-1, and Chairman Tejani, trying to comprehend the horror of their discovery. My hands shake as I hold the document. This is confirmed? He nods. We got the report from Numa's staff yesterday. It's everyone. Even us? Even us, Tejani. To think I'd find myself agreeing with that damn lizard. What do we do? You know what we have to do. We'll have to disseminate a cure, I think, among personnel before we get things underway. It'll try to stop us otherwise. God help us, One. Don't be like that, Tejani. That's it talking. And one more incredibly telling quote from a member of the SCP Foundation picked up by Pietro Wilson during SCP-5000. Once you realize you're not supposed to feel pain, there's nothing to be afraid of anymore. Is it all coming together now? While each participant here only has a part of the puzzle between us all, we can see the full picture. The entity It has inhabited the human psychosphere for as long as we've existed. It's a kind of metaphysical parasite, attached to the entire human race. And what it feeds on seems to be the after effects of pain. And like all efficient parasites, like a tapeworm that induces hunger in its victim so that it can have more food delivered unto itself, the entity cleverly perpetuates its own food source. That's right. It is the very cause of all pain. Humanity was never actually meant to feel it. It's a lie we've told ourselves. Well, not quite something we told ourselves, but something it told us. It induced pain and tricked us all into believing that it was a natural component of our existence. All the while, it fed on us, sustained itself on the suffering that it had seeded within our hearts and souls. The Foundation discovered this and was horrified. But of course, the pain it caused for the living was only part of the equation. Through the revelations of Project Damarung, another thing that SCP-682 was able to know intuitively, we can complete this puzzle and find the terrible truth. The truth being that it is not only behind the suffering we experience in life, but SCP-2718, the even greater suffering we experience in death. For millennia, it has groomed humanity into a perfect all-you-can-eat buffet of dismal pain and suffering. And until recently, they'd been so blissfully ignorant of the horrible fate that awaited them on the other side. The Foundation saw only one solution to this problem, but it certainly wasn't a nice one. In order to save themselves and all of humanity from a truly wretched eternity, they'd need to distribute a cure among themselves. The mimetic key phrase, harden your hearts, and then go about exterminating every human being still infected by it. Only that would presumably purge the monster from the psychosphere forever, and grant humanity both painless lives and restful deaths. It was a horrible thing done for the best of reasons. The cured Foundation personnel started to notice the horrible background noise of suffering all around them. They now understood how the reptile felt. To call all of this disgusting would be a grave understatement. If anything could help them execute this plan of mass mercy killing, it would be SCP-682. A scaly survivor in disguise all along. SCP-682 was surprised to see the day arrive. Alarms went off across the containment site. His acid tank was drained, his restraints unlocked. A group of unarmed, unprotected researchers entered the room. He saw into their eyes. They'd changed. They were free. And for the first time in decades, he was free too. They explained to him that they'd been acquainted with his old enemy, the entity It. They understood his malice, his disdain. For once they were suddenly joined in a shared goal. They needed to kill them all. They needed to purge the entity from the psychosphere forever. In the words of the Foundation researchers, they would need to exterminate everyone who was infected, and SCP-682 would need to help. The hard-to-destroy reptile, relishing the opportunity, replied,
I will do my part.
And for a brief window of glorious time, it was free. With no threat of recapture, it rampaged through the world, gleefully slaughtering scores of people. It was in its element, taking part in the mass extermination of the infected. Every dead body added to the pile was another blow struck against it. Soon enough, the world would be disgusting no longer. But of course, that's not how this story ended. It had a trump card, Pietro Wilson. It guided him all the way, dragging him from nightmare to nightmare, until he was eventually able to reset the world and erase the discovery made by Project Numa. The slate was wiped fully clean, and because of it, we are forever ignorant of the terrible fate awaiting us all after death, and the monster lurking in our psychosphere that feeds off of every morsel of suffering. You can thank Pietro Wilson for that nasty little gift. Only one entity truly remembered what had happened. SCP-682, of course. They had their chance to save themselves, and they ruined it. So close, yet so far. From that day onward, SCP-682 found the Foundation not only disgusting, but disappointing. The SCP Foundation has encountered its fair share of incredibly tough adversaries and fearsome monsters, but none are as formidable or at least as durable as SCP-682, the hard-to-destroy reptile. We've talked about this behemoth before in a number of mind-boggling videos, and all of the increasingly desperate lengths the Foundation has gone to in order to terminate it. We've gotten so desperate to put this thing to rest that we've even reached out to all of you for suggestions on the matter. Sadly, they've thrown 682 together with some of the most destructive anomalies in Foundation custody, and it's slithered out of seemingly inescapable danger every time. So much so that we've noticed certain researchers on the 682 case have started drinking a little more heavily as of late. Sometimes the threats didn't leave so much as a dent in the monster's scales. Sometimes the other creatures ran screaming at the sight of it, and sometimes 682 mutated and twisted its form in ways that were shocking even to a Foundation research team that's seen just about all there is to see. After all, 682's truly insane adaptability has always been its #1 power, and the key to its infuriating death-defying abilities. And these are some of SCP-682's craziest mutations. During one round of tests, SCP-682 was released into an enclosure with SCP-272, a nail that traps any living thing in place when it is dropped onto the organism's shadow. 682 was surrounded by 32,000-watt stadium lights, one of which was switched on. As soon as it entered the enclosure, a D-Class dropped the nail onto the creature's shadow. It was promptly pinned in place, and all 30 lights were switched on and off in random patterns, causing the reptile to be hurled around the room at devastating speeds. After nearly an hour of this, about 95% of the monster's skin had been worn down. 63 of its teeth had been broken from its jaw, and its eyeballs had come loose from their sockets. At this point, something truly bizarre happened. The exposed tissue beneath 682's top layer of skin, previously bloody and dark red, began to give off a bright white light. The subdermal tissue grew steadily brighter and brighter until it eclipsed the glow from the stadium lights and removed any shadows cast along the floor. It collapsed on the ground and continued giving off violently bright light for the next 48 hours, so bright that it caused permanent retinal damage to all personnel in the room. Hell of a light show, but this next mutation proves just how hard it is to lick SCP-682, especially when it develops the tools to start licking back. SCP-743 is a chocolate fountain that exhibits some carnivorous qualities. When it is near a living organism, especially if it consumes the fountain's delicious chocolate, it produces swarms of ant-like monsters that devour the organism piece by piece, carrying the bits into the fountain until nothing is left. The research team was curious about the possibilities of introducing 743 to 682, so it was transported to the reptile's testing chamber. Within a few minutes, chocolate began to flow from the fountain. 682 was curious and began to drink from it. It may hate almost everything, but even 682 can't resist chocolate. It drank greedily for several minutes until the Foundation began releasing the ants. Within moments, 682 was covered in ants, and in spite of its best efforts to fight off the swarm, it was completely covered and rendered immobile. The ants made quick work of the massive creature, and after several minutes it was stripped down to less than 80% of its original mass. It seemed as if this might truly be it for the beast, but then it opened its mouth. It unfurled its tongue, now over 5 meters long and sticky, comparable to an enlarged version of an anteater's tongue. It began lapping up the ants, thousands at a time picked up by its mutated tongue. As it devoured the ants, more poured out of the fountain, slicing off pieces of 682's flesh with their pinchers and carrying them back to the fountain. They reached a symbiotic pace, feeding on each other in equal measure for hours until testing was terminated. That was a sticky situation, but trust me, this next crazy mutation will really blow you away. SCP-3108, also known as the Nerfing Gun, is an altered toy gun that turns anything it hits into an inferior version of itself. When the gun was fired at a tissue sample taken from SCP-682, the sample turned into a piece of tissue from a giant leaf-tailed gecko. Hoping to carry this over and turn 682 into a harmless animal, a D-Class officer was sent into the containment chamber to fire the gun at the entity. Once it was hit with the foam dart, it began to transform. Unfortunately, instead of becoming a simple gecko, it began to mutate. It grew larger, its muscles bulging noticeably beneath its scaly skin. Its teeth grew longer, sharper, its tongue sprouting teeth of its own. It opened its mouth to roar, and it appeared that the teeth, long curved fangs with a deadly tip, went all the way back down the beast's throat. Security officers were deployed to temporarily neutralize the monster, but found that it was even more powerful than before. Not only was it bigger, but it had developed a new ability. When threatened, it would begin to vibrate at a high rate, grinding its teeth together, and would explode in a burst of fire and meaty chunks. Fangs flew in every direction like shrapnel, tearing into personnel and lodging in their skin. This is an impressive move, but it seems like a one-time trick, right? Wrong. The bits and pieces, no matter how tiny or how flattened to mush, would crawl back together and form the creature all over again. It was able to escape containment like this, killing an untold number of personnel before it was temporarily incapacitated and returned to its containment. Mutating back into life from a self-induced explosion is pretty crazy, but surely you can't mutate back from nothing at all, right? Right? Oh boy, I don't like that look you're giving me. SCP-3930 is a void located near Usinsk, Russia, within which nothing exists. Once something has passed within its border, it ceases to be, though outside observers will be able to perceive them for a small time after. SCP-682 was brought into 3930 and it walked inside. Once there, it ceased existing. However, even though 682 no longer existed, Foundation personnel looking at the void could still see the beast. Whenever they viewed it, a strong image appeared in the brain of the person looking, and it had the exact appearance of SCP-682. Somehow, even when it didn't exist, 682 was able to attack and kill various personnel. These people did not die from physical damage, but from their brain function suddenly, inexplicably, stopping. The reptile defied the rules of the void, somehow causing real destruction even though it was not real. 15 hours later, 682 was found in its containment chamber as if nothing had happened at all. It had been snuffed out of existence and had mutated its way back into reality with no explanation. Well, that was existentially terrifying. Thank 343, at least there's only one of those things. Oh no. SCP-3207 is a highly efficient mobile war machine, outfitted with cannons capable of firing blasts that can vaporize organic matter on contact. This seems like a good match for something supposedly indestructible. 3207 was fired at SCP-682 several times, appearing to destroy it completely except for a smudge on the floor of the chamber. The reptile was gone for a duration of 6 hours before something strange began to happen. Globs of tissue began to clump together, forming 5 separate piles. They pulled closer and closer together, compressing into 5 reptilian creatures. They writhed around, getting used to their new legs and teeth, snapping their jaws at any living thing in sight, overwhelming and surprising the security personnel who had been lulled into a false sense of security by the apparent defeat of 682. The 5 smaller versions of the entity were able to escape containment. Once they had made it into the hallway, They began to clamber over each other, their scales shifting, eyeballs squeezing together and fusing into one eye, skin stretching like hot rubber over unnaturally bendy bone. As the shocked security personnel watched, the 5 lizards melted into one, becoming a full-sized version of SCP-682 that was good as new. They were able to contain it after a great deal of effort, but one of the researchers requested a note to be added to the research notes for the day and applied going forward: do not explode. Okay, so the big lizard is a constant threat. Got it. Still, wouldn't it be nice if 682 could make itself a little smaller? I can't imagine anything bad coming from that. SCP-1056 is an anomalous kitchen timer capable of changing the size of living objects. The Foundation wanted to see how long it would take 682 to return to its original size after being shrunk, so they built a testing chamber connected to 1056's dial, and released 682 inside, sealing the door behind it. The dial was set to 0.25, and the activation button was pressed. 682 thrashed around, bellowing as parts of its body expanded and contracted at random. Then, with no warning, it disappeared. D-Class personnel were deployed to investigate the chamber, but it seemed to be completely gone. There was no sign of it. It's pretty hard to lose a giant lizard, so naturally, they were all a bit perplexed. The chamber was kept sealed, under the assumption that 682 had to still be inside somewhere. Sometime later, a security officer spotted 682 outside of Site-19, returned to its original size. Somehow, during the test, 682 used the effects of 1056 to strengthen its ability to change its own size. It adapted and shrank to a size so small that no one watching could even see it anymore, and it slipped out through the sealed door. It was even temporarily able to change the size of other objects around it, shrinking weapons used to contain down until they were useless. Okay, so 682 is pretty cool under pressure, but what if we made it a whole lot colder? Most of the testing on 682 is done with other anomalies. However, sometimes the Foundation likes to simplify it a bit. Dr. Carlson suggested they try something a bit more basic: liquid nitrogen. 1 ton of liquid nitrogen was poured onto SCP-682 from above. As it tends to do, the liquid nitrogen promptly froze the beast solid. It remained stuck in place for about 10 minutes until it began to melt the frozen cast around it. Its core body temperature seemed to skyrocket, producing intense heat that fully thawed it in 3 minutes. It didn't stop there though. The temperature continued to increase, growing hotter and hotter as if to deliberately punish the research staff for even attempting to freeze it. It became so hot that the research staff had to leave the room. An attending doctor's pen melted, the plastic burning his hands. Steam rose off the sides of its body, fogging up the windows of the room. The test was abandoned after the sides of the containment chamber began to melt, and they worried the creature would be able to breach containment. Once it was left alone, 682 cooled back down to its usual temperature. Maybe we should see what happens if we try a slightly greener method of destruction. 682 was exposed to SCP-166, a young nature spirit that can cause organic matter in her vicinity to decompose. As soon as 166 was released into its chamber, 682 began to run toward her, even as its body began to melt. As it got closer, it began to decay and fall apart more rapidly, pieces of its body softening and sloughing off in chunks. By the time it reached 166, it had melted down into the shape of a patch of grass covered with colorful wildflowers. 15 minutes later, it began to regenerate itself as it usually does, its body reconstituting at the same rate it was melting. The regeneration process began to speed up, going faster and faster until it surpassed the rate of melting. A piece of the monster would soften and flop to the ground, but by the time it landed, a patch of regrowth had already replaced it. It eventually beat the melting process and regenerated to its original form, with one difference. It had a sprinkling of flowers and mushrooms on its back, resembling a forest clearing. It was almost pretty, even on top of such a foul creature, until a full-size tree suddenly burst out of its back, shooting up to a height of 10 feet and puncturing the roof of its containment chamber. Hello again, dear viewers. You caught me during my break. What? Even researchers at the SCP Foundation need a little downtime now and then. And considering they revoked my playtime privileges with the living Lego and the Nerfing gun after that unfortunate incident in the Site-19 break room, I've been downgraded to keeping myself occupied with this little rubber ball. I have a ball. Perhaps you'd like to bounce it, they say. Seems innocent enough, doesn't it? Have you learned nothing? Almost any object, even something as innocuous as a teddy bear or a plastic paddling pool, can hide secrets. Sure, any avid basketball fan will happily tell you that ball is life, but sometimes when you're dealing with anomalies, a ball can also be death. Such is the case of SCP-018, also known as the Super Ball, an anomaly so powerful that the Foundation has even used it to help recontain SCP-682 during a breach. To the untrained observer, it really isn't much to look at. A small red rubber ball around 6 centimeters in diameter produced by the Whammo Company in 1969. Yeah, we were as surprised as you to find out that good old Dr. Wondertainment had nothing to do with this little number. You might also be surprised by just how extensive the containment procedures are for SCP-018. After all, it's rare that a completely non-sentient anomaly makes its way into the Euclid class. This little rubber ball is kept in a specially made titanium alloy metal restraint, submerged in a dense polyethylene holding tank, filled with a special endothermic compound that draws the kinetic energy out of its surroundings. Anyone entering the chamber needs to wear a unique kind of reinforced plate armor, and if SCP-018 ever manages to escape its containment tank, nearby personnel are advised to treat it as they would an active shooter situation. Lock yourself in a nearby room, duck down below any cover you can find, and wait for armed containment units to show up and take control of the situation. At this point, you probably have a lot of questions. Chief among them being, why is this children's toy being given more security precautions than most serial killers? The ball was first discovered when a cleaning and disposal company was hired to empty out an old Whammo warehouse of some defunct merchandise. One of the movers, Roy Fischler, embraced his inner child when he saw a red rubber ball sitting among all the dusty boxes of expired Silly Putty and broken remote-control robots. He thought to himself, what's the harm in having a little fun here? It's all going in the trash anyway. This would prove to be a terrible mistake for all involved. The anomalous property of SCP-018 is the fact that it's able to bounce at 200% efficiency every time it's bounced, increasing at an exponential rate with each bounce unless it's stopped by some equivalent force. So when Roy decided to toss that little red ball onto the ground, he unleashed a destructive force into that warehouse that was more powerful than he could ever have imagined. With every bounce, the ball increased its height and speed, ricocheting across the floor, walls, and ceiling like a bullet run amok. And it was only just getting started. The workers hit the deck as the item that would later be dubbed SCP-018 decided to put the ball in ballistic. It smashed light fixtures, knocked over piles of boxes, smashed through forklifts. When one worker tried to catch it, it left a red-hot ball-shaped hole in the middle of his palm. It wasn't long before the ball had built up such speed that the warehouse could no longer contain it. It blasted out of the wall and rocketed into a nearby city, ready to cause more abject chaos wherever it went. Windows were shattered, streetlights were annihilated, cars crashed. Thankfully, no humans were killed by the rampaging rubber menace, but in total 5 people were injured, and one unfortunate pigeon was utterly obliterated on impact. It went on for several days, with the ball reaching over 100 kilometers per hour at several points, before finally coming to a rest at a nearby lake, at which point it was retrieved by Foundation personnel. There were 2 silver linings to this incredibly strange anomalous incident. The first was, as previously alluded to, nobody actually died. The second was that due to the incredible speeds at which SCP-018 moved, none of the civilian witnesses had any idea what they'd just encountered. As far as anomalous discoveries go, this was pretty much as close to a win as you can get. But for one ambitious researcher, it was far more than just a pleasingly non-violent initial containment story. It was a doorway to improving the Foundation's technology as a whole. Meet Dr. Brian Carella. He's what you might call a maverick, a blue sky thinker, always on his grind. The cornerstone of Dr. Carella's philosophy was that the Foundation should be making more active use of its benign anomalies to help track down and contain their more ornery foes. While everyone else around him seemed to only see a little rubber nuisance that was better locked away, Dr. Corella saw the immense potential in SCP-018, namely in providing a vital enhancement to another piece of Foundation technology, the SCP-A5 armor. It goes without saying that working for the SCP Foundation is an incredibly dangerous job, especially if you're part of one of the Foundation's myriad of mobile task forces. The hunt for anomalies can lead to all kinds of strange and inhospitable terrains. Before it was contained, SCP-096 was famously captured on an icy frozen tundra on top of a bleak mountain. Because of incidents like this, the Foundation had first invested money in the SCP-A5 tactical armor suit. Think of them like the Foundation's answer to the Iron Man suit. However, when dressed in several hundred pounds of reinforced metal, something important suffers along the way: mobility. It isn't exactly easy to lug all that equipment around, and when an anomaly is heading for the hills at high speeds, being well defended doesn't count for much if you're already 10 miles behind the target in pursuit. This, in Dr. Corella's mind, was exactly where SCP-018 came into play. If that little red ball was built into the foot of an SCP-A5 armor suit, it could be used to bounce the operative wearing it to tremendous heights. This would allow them to not only give chase against fast-moving anomalies, but also cover difficult terrain and even scale great heights in a mere instant. But it wasn't just an increase to mobility that SCP-018 integration offered to the SCP-A5 suit. Picture this. With SCP-018 fused to the sole of the suit's reinforced metal foot, lending it 200% bouncing efficiency, it could unleash a deadly, concrete-shattering kick. The kind of thing that would leave you singing a falsetto for the rest of your life if you were lucky enough to survive it, if you know what I mean. To Dr. Corella, it was a match made in heaven. It could increase both the mobility and combat effectiveness of the suits by a considerable margin. And seeing as SCP-018 literally didn't have a mind of its own, there was no way it could suddenly go rogue during a mission and compromise everything, just as Abel had done during his stint as a mobile task force operator, before they ran out of targets for him and he started slaughtering his own comrades. Dr. Corella was so confident in the efficacy of this idea, he contacted the O5 Council personally to request approval for this little pet project. This approval was granted on a purely experimental basis. The technology would have to prove itself before being put into common use. It wasn't exactly what Corella wanted to hear, but it was a step in the right direction. He just needed the perfect opportunity to put them to the test. And then, it came. SCP-682, the infamous hard-to-destroy reptile, breached containment. It somehow adapted a cloaking ability and escaped further from the site it was being held at than ever before. The next time it was spotted was over 2 weeks later, causing pandemonium in the Amazon rainforest, devouring tribesmen and wreaking havoc on the local ecosystem. They needed to get on the scene fast and put that monster down before the damage it caused was irreparable, and news of the beast in the Amazon leaked out into the local area. And thankfully, Dr. Corella had just the tool for the job. Field Agent Hammersmith was fitted with an SCP-A5 suit, complete with the SCP-018 enhancement in his dominant right leg. He was dispatched, and immediately the augmented suit began to show its efficacy. Agent Hammersmith bounded above the tree line at incredible speeds, using the HUD in the suit's mask to track the heat signature of SCP-682 moving among the trees below him. He'd been able to bind a tracking collar to the beast's neck during an earlier engagement, but now the true battle was on. His heart was pounding, adrenaline coursing through his veins, but he'd been assured that even 682 would have a hard time tearing through his suit's armor. A commander directing him through an earpiece told him that now was the time to engage, before 682 detected his presence and began developing countermeasures. Dr. Corella was watching a live feed from the control room, confident that his 018 augmented suit would do the job. Following his orders to the letter, Hammersmith descended down onto 682 from above. However, before he could make contact, the reptile swiped him with its tail, sending his body sailing into a nearby tree. However, the suit stood firm. He felt the impact, but the actual damage was minimal. Now it was time for him to face off against the beast, one-on-one. He didn't have time to be afraid. As the beast descended upon him, fangs bared, he gave it a swift kick to the bottom jaw, tearing off half of its face. But anyone who knows SCP-682 would tell you that simply removing its bottom jaw wouldn't even slow 682 down. It was relentless, attacking Hammersmith with its fangs and jaws. It tore deep ruts into the suit's metal, but the suit was still managing to keep its occupants safe. Then Hammersmith struck back. Kick after kick, augmented by the 200% power of the Super Ball, slicing huge chunks from the reptile's body. He kicked in its chest, kicked off its limbs, and with a final mighty kick, even managed to bisect the beast in the middle. Of course, even that wouldn't keep it down for long, but with the hum of evacuation and containment helicopters rapidly approaching, Hammersmith breathed a sigh of relief. Back in the control room, everyone celebrated. Dr. Corella most of all, vindicated in his belief that SCP-018 could save the day. And then Agent Hammersmith, without even thinking, rested his right foot on the floor just that little bit too firmly. The sudden bounce sent Hammersmith a mile into the air. His Foundation-trained composure evaporated. All he could do was scream as he blasted up into the clouds, then began to plummet. Back in the control room, everyone could see a live feed of Agent Hammersmith hurtling into a nearby lake and landing with an epic splash. While the regenerating remains of SCP-682 were contained and brought back into the nearest containment site, another team was sent in to retrieve the heavily injured Agent Hammersmith. His medical examination afterward revealed that he'd suffered 2 broken legs, 7 broken ribs, a missing arm, and a skull fracture. If he hadn't been wearing that suit, his mangled remains probably would have been devoured by the local piranhas by now. But despite that minor hiccup in the plan, Dr. Corella was still delighted with the results and immensely proud of the little red ball that could. In his closing remarks on the incident, he appended a final note to the SCP-018 file reading, "Don't worry, it's fixed, but I have some more ideas. If I can be granted the use of some water from SCP-006 as well as some other SCPs, I can deliver you a set of SCP-A5 armor and an agent that can capture any, if not all, rogue or unattained SCPs. All I'm waiting on is your approval."
A beloved, mentally unstable masked vigilante once said, "I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me."
And this exact sentiment was shared by SCP-682, the hard-to-destroy reptile, as it traversed the almost limitless liminal hell known as the Backrooms. It'd been little more than a standard chase and secure mission for the mobile task forces pursuing SCP-682 after its latest deadly containment breach, until the vicious lizard made its way into an abandoned warehouse and no-clipped its way into a new reality. As the SCP Foundation are still desperately searching for the missing beast back in our native reality, 682 has been discovering whole new vistas of violence. First, it found itself in the endless yellow halls of Level 0, where if the madness doesn't get you, the starvation and thirst will. Well, unless you're an anomalous reptilian abomination that can seemingly adapt to any situation. Once 682 escaped this gaudy purgatory, it found its way into Level 1, an endless warehouse full of equal parts monsters and hapless human settlers, all of whom it decimated in a single bloody afternoon. Then on to Level 2, the Pipe Rooms, where it faced a bevy of beasts that it eagerly put into the ground. And that brings us up to now, and by extension, on to Level 3. SCP-682 spilled out into another section of long industrial hallways. It didn't know how it had gotten in, and honestly, it didn't really care at this point. All it needed to do was keep moving forward and killing as it pleased, and it seemed there were plenty of creatures down here to kill. That being said, this level had a certain energy to it, and we mean that literally. 682's incredibly sensitive, senses allowed it to detect an incredibly powerful electrical field emanating from this level, and from the sounds of machines humming all around it, traveling down great bundles of wires and pipes bound to the walls. It knew that this level must have been attached to a generator of truly incredible size. It charged forward, weaving around the different hallways at freakish speeds, searching for the next thing it could blast into oblivion. And thankfully, it was able to find its first target soon enough, a nest of creatures known as death moths. These were huge, fluttering moths of freakish size congregating around a glowing electrical outlet. Intriguing. SCP-682 decided to approach and introduce itself. After all, they looked like pretty easy prey. 682 would regret this oversight. While the male death moths are pretty much harmless, the female death moths have an extremely potent defense mechanism. As SCP-682 approached,
the creatures began swarming and spraying acid onto its reptilian flesh. This was painful and irritating for 682, of course. But if any entity on Earth is pretty accustomed to dealing with large quantities of powerful acid by now, it's SCP-682. Its skin quickly healed from the acidic onslaught, and it developed a powerful counter-adaptation, a long, sticky, frog-like tongue, which it used to devour the nest full of death moths and move along to its next target. It continued exploring Level 3. A number of hallways were marked off with metal bars, another very familiar sight for SCP-682, so for simplicity's sake, it just kept itself to the unobstructed paths. That's where it soon ran into another life form, standing around like a sitting duck in one of the level's many anomalous hallways. It was just another human, in a similar outfit to all those major Explorer Group weaklings it had destroyed earlier. Strangely, even when SCP-682 entered the hallway with it, it didn't seem to react properly. It just vacantly stared off into space, stumbling around awkwardly. 682, bemused, whipped this random, disoriented stranger in the chest with its tail, sending him sailing into the nearby wall. It was at this point that something strange happened. The force of the strike caused the man's clothes and also skin to disintegrate, leaving something entirely different underneath. SCP-682 had no idea what was going on, but it knew that it hated it. This was its first encounter with a creature known as a skin stealer. It would be natural for a human being to be terrified of an abomination like this. An apex predator like 682, on the other hand, it barely even found the skin stealer interesting. With a single stomp from its clawed reptilian foot, the creature was very, very dead. And SCP-682 continued its journey through the bowels of Level 3. It found itself drawn to whatever the source of all the energy was, if it even had one single source. It was almost as though the entire level was one gigantic predator powering the rest of the Backrooms. And if there was electricity, perhaps there were other humans in here to kill. SCP-682 liked that idea very much indeed. However, while making its way down a slightly wider hallway, one that it had previously believed was completely uninhabited, it was suddenly ambushed by a group of mysterious attackers. A number of tall, gray creatures with long, clawing arms and unclear facial features stepped away from the wall. These entities are known as the Dullers, ambush predators native to the Backrooms. They normally run away from threats, but considering the number of them congregated in the hall around SCP-682, perhaps they felt a little more confident about taking down their prey in a group. But they'd made a grave miscalculation. It would not matter whether there was $1 or $1,000. In the battle between them and SCP-682, they would always be the prey. But lucky for them, while they weren't aware of this immutable fact yet, SCP-682 was more than happy to give them a first-hand education. While the Dullers tried their best to claw into SCP-682's thick, leathery hide, the creature decided to employ a new ability it had stolen from the female death moths. Several new glands developed all over 682's body, each of which produced a fine mist of highly concentrated acid. Soon enough, the Dullers were howling in pain and melting away into dull gray puddles on the ground, never to reconstitute again. That's what you get for trying to climb up the food chain, folks. It never ends well. Unless you're 682, that is. After disposing of the Dullers, which in 682's own humble opinion had more than earned that title by indeed being extremely dull, it decided to continue its search for some of the power sources on this level. Perhaps it could harness this ability for its own benefit, but it was interrupted by what is, frankly, one of the grossest enemies in all of the Backrooms, the Bursters. And if even hearing the name makes you feel a little sick, then you're correctly primed for what you're about to encounter. They're humanoid creatures that walk around on all fours, with its back legs grotesquely stretched out into the shape of a dog's hind legs. But that's nothing compared to the Burster's truly diabolical back knee. All over the creature's back, you can see huge, calloused cysts that contain a potent and noxious acid. Sure, the acid is only about as dangerous as the stuff produced by female death moths, but in our humble opinion, the method of acid delivery is far more repulsive, and that makes Bursters less desirable to encounter. A small group of them skittered out of the darkness towards SCP-682. The hard-to-destroy reptile also found them disgusting. Though, now that we think about it, SCP-682 thinks all forms of life are disgusting, so we suppose that it's all relative. However, when they began to burst their backs and coat 682 in their horrible pus, they perhaps earned the rarely given label of extra disgusting from this living embodiment of reptilian hate. 682 quickly retaliated by clawing the horrid creatures to death, which I think we can all agree is a good and well-deserving ending for the vile little beasts. We would have done the same thing. The next enemies that 682 encountered weren't nightmarish creatures, but in fact were human beings stationed in the Major Explorer Group's Base Gamma, the third most important base in all of the Backrooms. They were on high alert after losing contact with Base Alpha several days before, having no idea that everyone at that base had been slaughtered by SCP-682, a fate that, if they weren't tremendously lucky, they would soon share. But they had little more than luck on their side this time. SCP-682 sighted the base on the end of a long hallway. There was even a person standing at the other end of the hall, seemingly blissfully aware of the encroaching presence of one of the SCP Foundation's most dangerous and formidable captives. 682 loved killing humans most of all. They weren't just dumb animals. They had the intellectual capacity to actually appreciate the life that was being ripped away from them, and it made the whole act even more pleasurable for SCP-682. It set its sights on the ignorant Major Explorer Group member leaning against the distant wall and decided to charge for him. Claws extended and fangs bared, this would be such easy prey. Until the moment when someone in the distance yelled, "Now!" and the seemingly defenseless human turned around and pulled a lever on the wall. Suddenly, the whole hallway was electrified, sending millions of volts coursing through SCP-682's writhing body. This whole thing had been an elaborate trap. The humans at Base Gamma hadn't survived this long in the Backrooms by being stupid. The more technically savvy members had rewired some of the hallways to channel the immense energy of the generators and fry any unfortunate entities that tried to use these hallways to break into Base Gamma. There was one big problem though. SCP-682 wasn't just any unfortunate entity. While it did initially look like electricity might fry the beast, it gradually began channeling the electricity into its own body and developing the capacity to re-gift this electricity to the people who so kindly provided it. SCP-682, now a crackling conduit of electricity, leaped from the shocking hallway and into Base Gamma. Soon enough, it had fatally electrocuted all 300 members of the Major Explorer Group posted in Base Gamma and returned to its baseline state. Level 3 had grown tiresome now. It seemed that there were no more exciting new creatures to massacre. As a result, 682 slid into a nearby elevator and went down, where a new level awaited. This was how SCP-682 got to Level 4. And Level 4 was not what the hard-to-destroy reptile expected. In contrast to the industrial nightmare of the previous few levels, Level 4 was like a limitless office block, with all the furniture ripped out. While for some this might represent the crushing existential banality of office life, and how the wheels of capitalism inevitably work us all to death, SCP-682 had never worked in an office before, so it didn't really have the proper cultural reference points to appreciate this more abstract kind of fear. It wanted monsters to kill. 682 spent approximately 6 days searching around the hellscape that is Level 4, not discovering a single person or entity while it was there. It was honestly the most stressed that SCP-682 had felt since coming here. The beast was almost tempted to unscrew a light bulb from above, draw a little face on it, begin referring to it as Wilson, and then kill it. 682 felt the closest emotion it could manage to immense gratitude when it sighted the glowing green of a distant exit sign at the end of a long hallway. Finally a way out onto another level. Hopefully this one would have more creatures to slaughter. Welcome, SCP-682 to Level 5. SCP-682 didn't really know what to expect from the next level of the Backrooms. After all, it all seemed pretty random so far, but it definitely didn't expect to see a classy, well-appointed hotel on the other end of the hallway. SCP-682 had never seen the Stanley Kubrick masterpiece The Shining, nor read the book it was based on by master of horror Stephen King. But if it had, who would probably have drawn the comparison. Instead, it was already busy tearing through the ornate halls looking for new prey to slaughter. The first unexpected encounter was with a small cat that casually wandered out into the hallway right in front of it. The cat, who didn't seem threatened by SCP-682, said, "Hi, I'm Samantha. You got any meat you can lend me? I'll tell you your fortune if you do." SCP-682 was frankly baffled. It took a moment to formulate a reply.
You worthless creature. You have no idea what you're dealing with, do you? I'm going to bring this place to ruin and destroy all who reside within.
682 said. So, no meat then? 682 growled and swiped at the cat with its claws. Luckily, she was able to dodge. The cat tutted and padded away into the darkness, muttering, "Go bother the beast instead, jerk." This piqued SCP-682's interest.
A beast, you say? Sounds important. Sounds powerful. Finally, a worthy opponent. Our battle shall be legendary.
And with renewed vigor, SCP-682 began prowling the halls of the Backrooms, searching for this beast to defeat and destroy. But to begin with, things were grievously disappointing. One of the first monsters on this opulent hotel level that the hard-to-destroy reptile faced were diminutive little rodents known as death rats, which were effectively slightly larger than normal rats with little horns. SCP-682 stomped them all with ease, its thoughts dripping with disdain for their truly pathetic weakness.
What kind of hotel allows itself to be filled with rats? Even by human standards, this would be disgraceful.
Soon after, SCP-682 encountered a few familiar foes, female death moths and hounds, all as easy to kill as they were before. SCP-682 didn't understand. The feline promised that there was a beast down here. Was it hiding from the mighty reptile like a filthy coward? Worthless. But it was in the depths of this cynicism that SCP-682 encountered a growler. First, it heard the sound of animalistic growling projected directly into its mind, getting louder and louder by the moment. Then, as the growling grew in volume, 682 heard the thunderous footsteps of a huge quadruped getting closer. 682 wondered, as the roaring became almost deafening, whether this sound heralded the approach of the beast. However, the second the monster actually turned the corner and came into view, 682 had to suppress the urge to laugh. It was one of the most absurd things it had ever seen. It looked like a giant pile of pipe cleaners, in every color imaginable, arranged into a vaguely four-legged structure. This was the monster producing all that psychic racket? Pathetic. SCP-682 resolved in that moment to show the monster how it was done. SCP-682 immediately evolved its own psychic emission capacitors within its brain and projected the message,
"You are a worthless little creature,"
directly into the simple mind of the growler. It began to quake in horror at the booming of 682's voice in its brain. What was this terrifying new creature? It didn't understand. And just like that, 682, who had grown bored of this one-sided psychic battle, turned up the strength of the psychic beam by a factor of 50. The sudden psychic blast was so powerful that the growler collapsed to the ground and burst into flames, burning itself away into nothingness in a matter of moments. Just as weak as 682 had expected. Hopefully the beast would provide a greater challenge, because this was just getting sad. SCP-682 shook off the disappointment and continued running through the halls of the hotel. Eventually, after passing through some dull dance hall called the Beverly Room, 682 found itself running through a hallway full of long portraits. Every person in the portraits had a strange, twisted grin on their face. Not that this even registered to SCP-682. What did occur to 682, though, was the figure that suddenly materialized in the hallway in front of it. It was a strange figure, to be sure, an entity in a suit with a large blue cuttlefish for a head. The creature cleared its throat and began to speak.
"Well, hello there. You're new here, aren't you? Such an interesting creature. You've been making some trouble on the other levels, haven't you?" "Not that it's any of my business. On the contrary, dear sir, I like the cut of your jib. How would you feel about joining me in the hotel business? It isn't easy to manage this dimension by myself, after all. How about you and I come into my office? We can work out the terms of our..." 682 lunged forward and unceremoniously devoured the creature's head,
allowing its dapperly dressed body to fall limply to the ground, dead. SCP-682 grunted, annoyed by the distraction the creature had provided. It had better things to do.
This beast has got to be around here somewhere.
A group of well-armed Mobile Task Force members entered the containment chamber, armed to the teeth. Some faced the ground, droplets of sweat dripping onto their visors. Some wore Dr. Dan's infamous scramble goggles, and one particularly brave member of personnel wielded only a bag. The room they were currently standing in was perhaps the most dangerous place in the world. Why? Because it contained two terrifying titans of the anomalous world, SCP-682, the infinitely hateful, hard-to-destroy reptile, and SCP-096, the Shy Guy, the ultimate mindless killing machine. And if the very idea of having them in the same place doesn't feel risky enough, the deadly duo had just spent 27 hours in one of the most brutal brawls imaginable. And incidentally, fights like this are exactly why we're here today. We cover a lot of SCPs on this channel, and we've seen the way some of the most dangerous anomalies out there can tear their way through civilians and trained Foundation MTF operatives with ease. But how do they fare against monsters, maniacs, and reality benders their own size? With the help of the SCP Explained audience, we're going to explore theoretical fights between some of the anomalous world's biggest badasses. And who better to get this show on the road than two of the most iconic and deadly monsters that haunt the halls of a Foundation containment site near you. The hard-to-destroy reptile and the Shy Guy are household names for anyone familiar with the SCP Foundation. And before we get into the gruesome results of their first fight, and your theories about how a potential rematch might play out, let's get to know the combat prowess of this pair of nasty customers. What kind of damage are they capable of taking and inflicting? Spoiler alert, it's a hell of a lot. In this corner, we have SCP-682, a monster whose ability to survive seemingly anything is only equaled by its terrible attitude towards pretty much everyone and everything around it. Though, to be fair, you'd probably be a little grumpy too if the SCP Foundation was constantly trying to murder you in different ways, rather than just keeping you contained. 682's basic offensive power set involves impressive strength, speed, intelligence, and the aid of its deadly fangs, claws, and tail. However, 682 is considerably stronger after it's just survived and regenerated from a termination attempt. That's because the true combat asset of 682 is and always has been its adaptability. Specifically, if some kind of attack brings 682 into a state of near death, but doesn't finish the job, 682 will generally either develop a perfect defense or counteroffensive for that attack or somehow add a version of the attack to its own arsenal. This has ranged from super pressurized jets of its own blood, dangerously radioactive banana beams firing out of its mouth, and even an incapacitating laughter blast gained from an encounter with the adorable SCP-999. It is an absolute Swiss Army knife of dangerous anomalous powers and abilities. And if you need any further proof of that, check out our multiple videos on all the ludicrous failed attempts to kill this nightmare lizard. And in this corner, we've got SCP-096, the Shy Guy. While 682 is freakishly adaptable, in most situations SCP-096 is pretty much unstoppable. This long, gangly creep will murder anyone who sees even the tiniest glimpse of its face, with such ferocity that not even a trace of the body will remain. It does this by entering what many call its rage state, activated by the sudden immense distress of its face being seen. When it enters this state, the SCP Foundation has only one prerogative: get themselves and anyone else out of its way, because you will not stop this thing until it's killed its target. All the SCP Foundation has ever been able to do is wait until after the target has been obliterated, and then come in to bag its head when it enters its docile state. Almost nothing else has even successfully slowed it down. While they have been capable of damaging its flesh, the monster's skeleton seems to be utterly indestructible, and its damaged flesh has proven consistently able to grow back. The monster seems to be immune to everything from pain to cold, and moves at such a speed that it's pretty much impossible to escape for long. So when you factor in an indestructible body, immense strength, immense speed, and an unstoppable urge to kill anyone who sees its face, you're looking at a formidable opponent. It's only natural that the Foundation would want to use 096 in their 682 cross tests. So what exactly happened when the Mobile Task Force entered the room after this first epic battle? What did they find inside the chamber in the grisly aftermath? SCP-096 lay crumpled in the corner, wheezing, scared, covered in its own blood. 682 was barely recognizable. 096 had reduced it to a quarter of its original size, the rest having been utterly torn to shreds. Both had narrowly survived the encounter, but it was an epic battle neither of them would ever forget. Though this was especially true for SCP-096. You see, as we alluded to earlier, SCP-682 is used to taking a kicking at this point. It hasn't ever truly been killed, but it's been beaten, eaten, burned, zapped, and smashed within an inch of its life more times than you can count. 096, on the other hand, was not used to not being able to utterly eliminate its prey. While it is impossible to speculate what's going on inside SCP-096's mind, all evidence points towards getting a draw in this battle, seriously damaging SCP-096's confidence. Now, every time Foundation personnel tries to bring 096 into 682's containment chamber, he begins crying and scratching at his own face. Why? Is he scared of 682? Is he humiliated, thinking of the fight he wasn't able to win? Or is the very idea of someone seeing his face and him not being able to immediately kill them just too unbearably stressful? Seeing as the Shy Guy's mouth is only good for two things and neither of them are for talking, we'll never truly know. But either way, it's clear that 096 has no interest in a rematch. But what if that changed? What if 096 realized that it was wasting its potential? It managed to get SCP-682 3/4 of the way to death last time. What could stop it from getting that last quarter? Sure, nothing has ever killed SCP-682 before, but there's a first time for everything, right? Maybe 096 would have a Rocky-style training montage where he rebuilds his confidence and becomes the underdog he was always meant to be. He'd walk right up to that big nasty reptile and give him the rematch of the century. What would happen then? Now we give the floor to you, the loyal viewers of SCP Explained. Here are some of your thoughts, theories, and opinions on a potential historic rematch between these two creeps. Let's get ready to rumble! I really wanted an excuse to say that. Ooh, I really like saying that. Pingu with an axe said, if 682's adaptability is based around his ability to develop countermeasures to any damage inflicted, or in the case of 173, a countermeasure to the cause of said damage, I imagine 682 would turn his skin entirely reflective, causing 096 to see his own face and the feedback loop would break his mind. Interesting. Whether this would work is all dependent on whether SCP-096 can actually see, or if it is merely capable of psychically intuiting when someone else sees its face. If the latter is true, then this particular adaptation wouldn't do much good for SCP-682. Random user said if this is after their first cross-test and they were forced to interact again, they wouldn't attempt to fight each other. I feel like they'd form a truce and take out the researchers on site. Yeah, this would be one of the worst-case scenarios. Whether even the SCP Foundation could handle a simultaneous 682 and 096 breach without bringing in Hammerdown is an open question. Ramon Vonkin said, simple, after the first encounter when 096 stopped attacking 682, 682 will grow eyes that filter out 096's face the next time. Organic scramble goggles. Dr. Dan would be fuming with jealousy. Coop Sater said, I really want SCP-096 to win, so I'm sending him a blind personal trainer so he can beat the snot out of SCP-682. This is exactly the kind of help SCP-096 needs. He's got the rage, endurance, and strength. With a little help getting his form and technique in order, he'd be an even more formidable opponent. Kyoto Ryo said, I'd like to imagine 096, after playing with 682 for so long, would try to eat 682 in a vain attempt to kill it, only to gain 682's abilities and vice versa. Either of these options would be horrifying. SCP-096 with 682's abilities or 682 with 096's abilities would likely be a truly perfect killing machine. That's terrifying. Autumn said, what if they just shared a nice cold drink while playing Mario Kart? I'm sure 096 would be the white Shy Guy character in every race. Personally, we love this idea, and we think 682 would go for Bowser. I personally go for Luigi. Ibrahim Timur said, 682 would win eventually. It's way more intelligent, adaptive, and overall malicious, while 096 acts just on instinct. This is undeniably a good point. What 682 lacks in sheer savagery, it makes up for in its ruthless, calculating intelligence. Could this give it the edge over 096? Monomoy Mukherjee said, that fight would be interesting because both of them now know how they attack and what their attacks are. Nice segue. Due to the relatively mindless nature of 096, as far as we're aware, it's probably unable to learn from experience. 682, however, would have the advantage of knowing how 096 operates in the second battle. Devon Smith said, "As much as I'd like to see how this would play out, I imagine 096 can't manage more than other SCPs have in the past. Not to downplay him, but he might need some extra friends to do a whole lot more damage." It's undeniable that going in with tag team partners would better 096's chances of taking the lizard down. However, due to SCP-096's shyness and tendency to kill everyone and everything that looks at him, he doesn't have many friends looking to volunteer. Ninetales said, 096 will cry in the corner while 682 starts attacking it. Eventually, it gets confused that 096 isn't fighting back after an hour and begins to adapt to it and becomes docile forever. Okay, look, while it's unlikely that this would happen, it's certainly nice to imagine, isn't it? Adam Britton said, narratively it needs to conclude with a reason to never try it again. So I'm going to say that 682 will telepathically project the image of 096 into the site staff or the entire human psychospace. Ooh, yikes. This is a possibility so terrifying and honestly plausible that it's making us regret wanting to see this rematch altogether. Chaos Insurgency said, I think 682 would just think, for damn sake, just leave me alone. Given he's been through more termination attempts than SCP-5031 can count on its fingers, who could blame him for getting a little frustrated? Michael Porter said, I think that 682 and 096 would take each other to court for aggravated assault against the other. Either one of them will get sentenced to death and will unsurprisingly not die, or the two team up to kill the entire courtroom and they walk out as a new serial killing team. The real question is what kind of lawyers would represent a pair of murderous, anomalous monsters in court? Better call Saul. Ari Workman said, maybe if we try being nice to them for once, we can offer them a cup of tea and get them both a therapist. 682 will talk all his hate away and then realize his wrongdoing and become an activist. And 096 would become very confident about his face and become a model. There, problem solved. Hey, when people strive towards self-improvement, we're all winners. But we don't know if we can say the same for 682 and 096. Even if this rematch ever did happen, perhaps it'd be just another draw. An unstoppable force against an immovable object. But other matchups may be more clear-cut. What kind of versus battles would you like to see us cover in the future? What SCPs would you really love to see duke it out? Let us know in the comments, and keep an eye out on the community posts in order to throw in your anomalous 2 cents for our next versus battle.
The military helicopter sailed through the skies at a steady pace, its destination somewhere in Southwest Asia, along one of the many points where the legendary Euphrates and Tigris rivers meet. Depending on the outcome, this mission may have changed the course of the SCP Foundation and its activities forever, or it might do nothing at all. Such was often the way when it came to dealing with the unpredictable and the anomalous. Inside the helicopter, Dr. Anton Zarkov was practically rattling with nervous excitement. Ever since he'd been assigned to the 682 Termination detail, after years of wasting away in an archival desk job, he'd seen the kind of anomalies you wouldn't believe. 173, that nightmarish statue that snaps the necks of anyone who dared to look away from it. 811, the strange and also strangely adorable swamp woman, whose caustic mucus could reliably melt seemingly any organic matter, save, of course, 682 itself. And Dr. Zarkov was particularly astonished by the aftermath of the epic battle between 096 and 682, which left both of these indestructible monsters horribly maimed. But all of that, it was nothing compared to what they were going to witness today. Dr. Zarkov muttered a prayer to himself in frightened reverence. Dr. Clef, who was sitting across from him in the helicopter, wasn't quite as wound up. Like some action movie cliche made manifest, he sliced chunks from a plump red apple with a Bowie knife and sucked the pieces off the blade. Clef found Zarkov's nervousness little more than amusing. First time at Site Zero, rookie? Clef asked between apple slices. Dr. Zarkov nodded, forcing a meek smile. Clef just chuckled. You're wasting your time, you know, Clef said. Everyone takes a shot at the reptile. I faced it down myself once, mano a mano, and during that moment I realized something. As much as it pains me to ever throw in the towel, we're not gonna kill this thing.
it's just a budget sink.
Of course, these kinds of doubts had crossed Dr. Zarkov's mind before. He'd watched countless termination attempts, organized by far more senior researchers than himself, fail and fail embarrassingly. Something about signing your name up for 682 termination was like tying on a blindfold, grabbing a bat, and stepping up to a piñata, except in this case, the piñata isn't wearing a blindfold, and somehow it can hit you back. It is a one-way ticket to professional humiliation. And if you're unlucky enough to get too close when things go south, it can be so much worse. But Dr. Zarkov well and truly believed that he would be the exception to so much miserable failure. After all, this was an idea nobody had tried before. An announcement over the intercom signaled that they had now entered Site Zero airspace. They'd be landing shortly, and just like that, Dr. Zarkov was all raised hairs and goose flesh once again. It seemed like such a hazy, distant miracle that his project proposal would even get majority approval from the O5 Council, and now he was about to touch down and actually see it. Naturally, Dr. Clef noticed Dr. Zarkov's emotional cues, and like so many playground bullies, decided to seize on it.
Don't buy into the hype, Dr. Clef said. It's really not that special.
The helicopter touched down. Dr. Zarkov felt defensive. He was almost tempted to use hard words, but he realized from Dr. Clef's mischievous smile that perhaps that was always the intention. He certainly had a reputation, if one were to put it in the most neutral terms possible.
But this was your 001 proposal, Dr. Clef, Zarkov countered. I would have thought you'd be more invested in this.
Dr. Clef rose to his feet and sheathed his Bowie knife as the helicopter's side door opened. He gestured for Dr. Zarkov to get up and follow him before saying,
"Believe me, even a giant flaming demigod loses its luster when you need to write enough of those stupid reports on it."
The two researchers disembarked from the helicopter and walked into the legendary containment facility, Site Zero. One of the most important and secretive containment sites out there, even by the standards of the ever-clandestine SCP Foundation. If ever containment procedures failed here, they'd be staring down the barrel of an unprecedented situation, a Patmos XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. After all, they were dealing with one of the most serious and powerful anomalies they'd ever contained here. Clef and Zarkov entered the control room, filled with huge monitors displaying every kind of recordable metric, but the largest screens were dominated by long-range drone footage of the iconic anomaly they were all there to see. SCP-001, perhaps better known as Uriel, the Gate Guardian. While Dr. Clef remained unfazed, Dr. Zarkov felt a single tear crawling down his cheek. He had never seen an entity so utterly awe-inspiring. An impossibly tall, glowing humanoid entity with 8 great fiery wings and a glowing blade made of pure heavenly fire, every bit as hot as the sun. To think that such an incredible creature existed on the same Earth as him made him feel so incredibly small. The theories as to the creature's true nature were as myriad as they were unknowable. Some of the more devout among the Foundation's ranks even believe that he is a direct servant of the Abrahamic God, guarding the gate to paradise, the Garden of Eden, heaven itself. Dr. Clef just laughed.
"Everything you'd hope it'd be, Zarkov?"
he said. Dr. Zarkov nodded.
"And more, Dr. Clef, and more."
Even from such a distance, the raw power of the Gate Guardian is impossible to ignore. It radiates off of the being like an invisible aura. Dr. Zarkov had read all the files. To get within a kilometer of the mighty entity would be to court death. Anyone who approached it would taste the heat of its sword, cleave them apart at the atomic level, and effectively erasing them from existence. It's about as dead as anyone could possibly be, save for someone being thrown into SCP-3930 and literally removed from the plane of existence. SCP-3930 had failed to annihilate the hard-to-destroy reptile, but perhaps where that whole lot of nothing had failed, the Gate Guardian would succeed. It remained floating, fixed on one place, as though waiting for something. But what? Perhaps a fateful confrontation with a certain reptilian nightmare, Dr. Zarkov hoped. Like many, he had heard the most famous story involving SCP-001 the Gate Guardian, which took place before even the days of the SCP Foundation. After all, every foundation needs a founder, doesn't it? And that's how it began.
The founder was a mysterious figure, no matter who you ask. Some say it was 05-1, others say it was the legendary administrator. Some even believe that it was someone else, someone older, someone who predated even the current O5 council and administrator. A wise and learned figure, going on a pilgrimage around the known world in hopes of expanding their perspective and seeking out the strange and unusual. It was traveling down the river Tigris that the founder encountered the Gate Guardian. Of course, as always, from a mile away. The founder saw the distant glowing point shaped like a human being with wings. It was unlike anything they'd ever borne witness to. That's when the founder felt a door open in the back of their mind and something sneak in. A single word, projecting somehow infinite authority.
Prepare.
The very presence of the word made the founder's body rattle. Never had they heard such a voice, conveying such certainty and power. It had to be the voice of the distant glowing figure. It couldn't be anything else, could it? Much like Dr. Zarkov would experience hundreds of years later, the founder, even as a person so powerful, knowledgeable, and influential, suddenly felt so unimaginably small. The founder became aware of not just the extent of the world around them or even the universe, but a terrifying multiverse of possibilities. There was light out there, of course, but even more darkness, and terrifying things were hiding in the dark. Is that what prepare meant? Did it mean to be ready for all the terrible things hiding in the dark, just waiting for the opportunity to strike? Just how great was the extent of the things humanity didn't understand out there? The founder's mind was flooded with so many possibilities. If there was a tide of monsters in the blackness that needed to be fought back, it was too much for any one person to ever handle. The founder needed a group, all gathered around the same mission, to contain the coming threat that the great glowing being had warned them about. People of focus, commitment, and sheer willpower. People who would accept the knowledge of the terrible things in the darkness and still not waver in the face of their great and noble challenge. People who, if necessary, would be willing to die in the dark so that the rest of the human race would live in the light. They would be humanity's greatest defenders, even though they would defend in secret. This was how it had all begun, supposedly. Dr. Zarkov had heard the story whispered many times while conducting his research into SCP-001. And now here he stood, perhaps where the founder had been standing all those years ago. The SCP Foundation had faced down greater threats than SCP-682, the Hanged King, the Sealed King, the Scarlet King. Hell, if they wanted to, they could go toe-to-toe with the Burger King. And all of that had begun with a single word from the mighty Gate Guardian. Surely an ornery, overgrown lizard wouldn't be too much for it to handle. But of course, they hadn't just come here to look at the Gate Guardian. That'd be an egregious waste of time and helicopter fuel. They'd come here transporting precious cargo, a chunk of SCP-682's flesh, cut from the beast itself. Currently, it was attached to yet another remote-controlled drone, set on a collision course for the Gate Guardian. Dr. Zarkov watched the video feeds with sweaty palms as he saw the drone and its diabolical cargo enter the video's view, getting closer to the Gate Guardian by the moment. Closer, closer, until the Gate Guardian struck out with its great and terrible sword. For such an astronomically huge being to move so incredibly fast was astounding in and of itself. But what Dr. Zarkov found even more exciting was the result. In one quick slash of its solar blade, both the drone and the SCP-682 tissue sample were utterly evaporated, gone, reduced to less than even ash. Dr. Zarkov's face split into a manic grin. If it could destroy the tissue sample, then surely it could destroy the monster itself. And what a glorious day that would be. Meanwhile, back at the cross-testing chambers of Site-19, SCP-682 was having another miserable day. It was dragged half-melted out of its acid tank at 3 a.m. in the morning and left slowly regenerating on the floor.
A typical SCP Foundation wake-up call.
It thought to itself, with a roll of its still regenerating eyes. What form of horrible torment would be in store for it this time? It began scrolling through its mental Rolodex for the most recent failed but painful termination attempts. Oh, yes, of course. They tried suffocation via vacuum.
That definitely made SCP-682 feel a little lightheaded at least. Until, of course, it adapted its body to begin releasing a gas of similar composition to its native atmosphere, which had certainly given those white-coated wearing sadists a lot to take note about. Then, how could it forget? They tried roasting it to death with extremely high temperatures. Thankfully, as always, it had a trick up its sleeve, adapting a carapace made of solid helium to defend it from the fire, then shattering it to shred a bunch of those buffoons in the orange jumpsuits. Then they'd cut off a sample of its flesh, shoved it into some absurd industrial blender before shoving what's left into a centrifuge. What a divine pleasure it had been for 682 to hear the explosion down the hall, when the antimatter embedded in its genes went off and put a number of those idiotic Foundation drones in the hospital for months. Serves them right to continually meddling in the matters of forces they couldn't even hope to understand. And today, they were feeding at the carcass of a dead cow. SCP-682 sighed. It felt sometimes that the dolts testing it had forgotten the note reading, "highly intelligent," on its file. Being dragged into one of those ghastly chambers and given some form of novel stimulus could only mean one thing. Something stupid and painful was going to happen. Said stupid, painful thing in this case was that the cow was spiked with an instance of SCP-3521. Also known as the banana pill, by Dado. What followed was a remarkably absurd instance, even by SCP-682 cross-test standards, where a huge number of bananas spontaneously burst out of 682's body. Being a big fan of bananas, apparently, 682 was actually able to eat and metabolize the bananas faster than the anomalous banana pill, by Dado, could produce them. And because bananas are each individually slightly radioactive, 682 was able to synthesize this collective radiation into a powerful death ray that it used to cause a great deal of death and destruction. As far as Dr. Zarkov and the rest of the SCP Foundation were concerned, this thing being cleaved apart on an atomic level by the Gate Guardian couldn't come soon enough. Sometimes it took the ultimate night to slay the ultimate dragon. Not long after that, SCP-682 was dosed up on enough sedatives to give New York City a week-long nap, and carted over to Site Zero on a heavily secured armored convoy. Taking SCP-682 this far between containment sites was considered a matter of grave seriousness. In other words, the result of this little experiment better have been good to justify the insane security risk it took to even get the damn lizard out here. Dr. Zarkov and Dr. Clef decided to co-supervise the cross-test from the safety of the Site Zero observation deck. Either would have been foolish to want to get any closer. Even Dr. Clef, while undeniably a loose cannon, didn't have an outright death wish, unless, of course, wishing death on SCP-682 would count. 682's sedated body was strapped to a large unmanned vehicle, the kind they might use for an exploratory mission on another planet, and sent in the direction of the Gate Guardian's deadly proximal zone. A secondary camera drone was also sent in to lag behind, correctly predicting that when the Gate Guardian struck SCP-682, it would obliterate the unmanned vehicle too, and whatever happened out there, the Foundation needed it on camera. Dr. Zarkov had sweaty palms and gritted teeth, seeing the culmination of his professional career unfold in front of him. Dr. Clef was looking at a meme on his phone. As 682 got closer, it began hearing a booming voice in its head, just like the Founder had so long ago. The voice simply said one word over and over, getting louder as the unmanned vehicle brought the two Titans closer and closer and closer.
Die.
682, still feeling groggy, thought,
Oh, if it only were so simple.
And then it happened. SCP-682 entered the dreaded 1 kilometer range. The Guardian slashed down with its mighty sword, creating a brilliant flash of light. In the aftermath, the unmanned vehicle was obliterated, and 682 was left heavily injured on the ground, still trying to process what had just happened. 682 looked up, sobered by the pain, and saw the being that had dealt this blow. 682 began to sneer.
Is this meant to be the garden?
It said before breaking into a venomous laugh.
This is not the garden. The garden is far west of here.
The Gate Guardian struck again with its flaming blade, once again projecting that single word.
Die, 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 die.
When the smoke cleared, 682 was even more horrifically injured, with only one limb left, but still against all odds, alive. It used the one limb to drag itself towards the Gate Guardian, fueled by pure rage and spite.
Die? You command me to die? Oh, wouldn't we all like that? But this is my curse for suggesting the fruit.
The reptile growled. Back at the base, Dr. Zarkov was mortified.
How could it possibly be surviving all this? The sword was meant to cleave apart its victims on an atomic level. Atomic! It's in freaking atoms, goddammit!
Dr. Zarkov wished he had a paper bag to breathe into. Dr. Clef, showing an uncharacteristic degree of compassion, patted Zarkov on the back, saying, "It's okay, buddy, we all remember our first time." Back at the center of the action, the Gate Guardian blasted 682 with its solar blade again. Somehow, despite the terrifying power wielded by the Guardian, 682 continued to live. It was alive, barely, but after 3 strikes from the sword, to be alive with whatever the evil version of a miracle would be.
This is not the garden, and you are not Uriel!
682 roared before spitting at the Gate Guardian.
Pretender!
One more violent strike from the Gate Guardian and 682 finally collapsed, unconscious from the extent of its pain and its injuries. But despite all of Dr. Zarkov's hopes, the Gate Guardian did not strike a killing blow on the unconscious beast. Instead, it transmitted another word, another order, impossible for any human being to ignore.
Remove.
As though in a trance, the workers of Site Zero, including Dr. Zarkov and Dr. Clef, entered the forbidden 1-kilometer exclusion zone. The Gate Guardian allowed them safe passage as they used tools and vehicles to pick up the heavily injured SCP-682 and cart it away from the Gate Guardian's feet. After they all came back to their senses, Dr. Zarkov simply said, "What just happened?" Dr. Clef just shrugged. "I've learned to stop questioning it."
Greetings, brave adventurers, seekers of knowledge, explorers of the great unknown. No doubt by now you've heard the stories of the noble Lord Theodore Thomas Blackwood, gentleman explorer and naturalist, also known as SCP-1867. His exploits are known far and wide, though some question the validity of his tales due to the simple fact that he is a neon sea slug and not a human man. Ha 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 ha! These are, of course, fools! We have even covered Lord Blackwood before in a sea snail's fantasy, SCP-1867, A Gentleman. But never before have we taken a look at such a daring account of his work. Today we discuss a most curious hunting expedition, one that brought our Lord Blackwood face to face with the great beast, the hard-to-destroy reptile, SCP-682 itself. What will become of our hero? What sights will he see on his journey? Let us find out! Tally-ho! On May 14th, 1883, months after nearly losing his life while climbing Mount Everest, Lord Blackwood received a letter at his London home. Upon opening it, he saw that it was a formal invitation from one Colonel Joseph Defont of the French army. It invited him to participate in a hunt for a monster known as the Tarasque that threatened the lives and security of the French people. Anyone who was able to slay the creature would receive a handsome award of £5 million for their trouble. Unable to resist a challenge, the chance to face off against a creature he had never heard of before, or the allure of such an impressive prize, Lord Blackwood sent off an acceptance. So what was the Tarasque? Lord Blackwood's research turned up a fearsome description. It was a massive scaly creature with a hide that seemed impossible to pierce, that breathed fire and killed everything in its path without batting an eye. A worthy foe indeed. By the end of the day, Lord Blackwood had received an address where he would attend a briefing before the hunt would commence. The meeting was held in a private room in the city, in an exclusive club. There were 3 other would-be hunters there. Mr. Roosevelt from America, Mr. Dukov from Russia, and Mr. Harris from England. The colonel greeted the men and told them what they were up against. A beast had laid waste to a French town, ripping men, women, and children to shreds and resisting every blow dealt against it by the army. So the colonel vowed to gather expert scientists and hunters, for if they could not take down the monster, it was likely that no one could. On May the 20th, the party arrived in France to begin the great adventure. Each man brought his own armaments, a combination of specialized weapons and knowledge for the task at hand. The following day, the colonel escorted the man to the quarantine zone, where the beast's attack had led it. Lord Blackwood was troubled by the sights there. It was a city at war. Soldiers patrolled the streets and barricades were placed at the edge of town. Citizens were being evacuated as soldiers aided them, and few had seen the beast themselves. At least they had not been unfortunate enough to see it up close. Beyond the quarantine barrier, it was hell on Earth. There were bodies laying in the streets, buildings burnt to the ground, castles and stone walls reduced to piles of rubble. There was not one living thing in sight, not a person, a farm, animal, or even so much as an insect. The men set up camp near the edge of town, and Mr. Harris set about tracking the beast. Before too long, he had found it, to the southwest, and the next day they would set off after it. The next day the party made its way southwest to Belleville, following a trail of destruction. There they found it having a nap in the sun. It was longer than a whale, taller than a giraffe, and bigger than both. Lord Blackwood thought that, if it had any visible wings, he would consider it a dragon. They approached it slowly, careful not to wake the Terraske. Lord Blackwood crouched behind a fence, steadied his gun, and fired right at its head. The shot hit, and the top of the Terraske's head came off with its impact. It seemed as if the beast was, after so much pomp and circumstance, dead right there. But sadly, it was not. It sprang to life, blood and brains dripping from its open skull as it turned to the men and roared, then charged. The men scattered, firing their guns as they ran, the monster gaining on them faster and faster, until Mr. Dukov fired into its open wound with an electric rifle. It was stunned long enough for the men to make it onto their horses. As they rode away, the monster continued to chase them, new skin and bone growing over what had once been a hole in its skull. Lord Blackwood fired a particle destabilizer at its leg, tearing it off, but as he watched in horror, the leg began to grow back. The hunting party managed to escape with their lives, though their confidence was thoroughly shaken. They rested that night with the soldiers at the barricade. They attempted to attack the Terraske again the following day, but failed once more. The men realized that a simple gunshot, electrocution, or fire would not be enough to kill the monster. It simply healed too fast, and its tolerance for pain was too high. In order to kill it, they realized they would have to render it immobile and destroy its body so thoroughly that it would die before it could rebuild itself. And so, they decided to set a trap. They dug a massive trench, wide and long enough for the monster, and deep enough that it would not be able to climb out before they had killed it. In the bottom of the pit, they had placed hundreds of steel spikes, the tips dipped in poison. They placed a bridge across it, strong enough for the men and horses, but weak enough to break under the Terraske's weight, and covered it all with grass and leaves. Now, they just had to wait. Mr. Roosevelt acted as bait, approaching the monster on horseback and attacking it with a gunshot, then running and leading it back toward the trap. As Roosevelt raced across the bridge, the creature pursued him and fell into the pit where it was impaled on the spikes. Then the man rained down hellfire. They shot it with bullets, explosives, jellied kerosene. Mr. Dukov fired a pitch-blende gun that, upon firing, released a blur of smoke and fire. Once the fire had receded, all that remained was a skeleton. The men took the skull, charred from the flames, and planned to take it back as a trophy. All was well, or so it seemed. The men returned to the town with the monster skull in tow, and the soldiers cheered at the sight. They posed for photographs, and Mr. Dukov decided to pose with his head between the jaws of the beast. This was a grave mistake on his part, and the jaws closed tight around his neck, his head falling to the ground. The skull acted on its own, rolling and biting, all the while growing fresh skin and scales. It opened its gaping maw and shouted,
"Vous me rendez malade."
Or, for those of you that are not familiar with the French language, "You make me sick." Screams ran out behind Lord Blackwood, and he turned to see the rest of the Terraske's body. A headless corpse covered with stringy bits of muscle and slowly growing brand new flesh. It stomped through the field, crushing men and tents beneath its great feet on its way to reclaim its head. Mr. Harris ran for the bank vault to grab a weapon he had only referred to previously as his secret weapon. Lord Blackwood chased after him and found Harris pulling a large crate, which he opened with a sense of desperation. There inside was a sarcophagus, bound in chains and covered in ancient runes. Blackwood begged Harris to leave the thing behind and run for his life, but he did not have a chance to finish before Harris opened the lid, and an arm wielding a sword emerged and sliced his head from his body. A man emerged from the sarcophagus, naked, wielding a sword covered in tattoos. Blackwood had no way of knowing this, but the man was none other than the deadly warrior, SCP-076, or Abel. The mysterious man attacked Blackwood and Roosevelt, and though they tried to defend themselves, no weapon seemed to have an effect on him. He was preparing to deliver a final blow to Blackwood and kill him once and for all, when the Terrascape burst through the wall of the building with a mighty bellow. At the sight of the enormous monster, Abel turned his focus from the two men to the beast. And so the two seemingly unkillable creatures, driven by bloodlust and inhuman strength, began to fight. It took over an hour and left destruction and death in its wake. Abel armed himself with explosives, mounting them to his chest along with the pitch-blende gun, and ran towards the Terrascape. Knowing what would come next, Roosevelt and Blackwood locked themselves in the bank vault and prayed that someone would find them before they starved to death. After 2 days, the men were saved by a major of the army, who was leading a group of soldiers in search for any survivors. They were taken to a hospital and nursed back to health by the staff there, as well as a friend of Blackwood's named Henry. The major who rescued them told them that the colonel was dead, and so were 10,000 others claimed by the massive explosion. The Terrascape and Abel had both disappeared, and there was no indication of where either of them had gone. All that was left was destruction and the memory that a true monster had made itself known on French soil. Now, the only thing left to do was recover, as best as anyone could. It would certainly take a very long time. The army was very suspicious of both Roosevelt and Blackwood, as the only survivors of an explosion so large it had been seen throughout France. They demanded to know how the two had survived and what they had seen. Throughout this process, an Englishman watched and took notes, but did not speak a word. Roosevelt and Blackwood were eventually released, but they did not receive a penny of their promised reward, and were told they could not return to France again for the rest of their lives. They were not to speak a word of what they had seen to anyone, or there would be dire consequences. In Calais, the two survivors said goodbye, and Roosevelt announced he would return to America to pursue a career in politics. Who can say what happened to him after that? Upon returning to his home in London, Lord Blackwood found that he had received a postcard. It read, "The Royal Foundation for the Security, Containment, and Protection of Anomalous Objects in Phantasmagoria requests a meeting for the purpose of negotiating an alliance favorable to both our parties. Please call any time, except Sundays, at number 19 Marebone Road, Westminster, and ask to speak to Dr. Thursday. Your discretion is requested in this matter." He was puzzled by this note, unsure of what to make of it. Perhaps he thought he could see what they had to say. After all, he was always curious and ready to explore new territory. Once he had recovered sufficiently, he would reach out to this strange group and see what they might have to offer him. And so began a new chapter of Lord Blackwood's story, one that included a mysterious organization called the SCP Foundation. Now go check out A Sea Snail's Fantasy, SCP-1867, A Gentleman, and SCP-682, Ways the SCP Foundation Tried to Kill the Hard-to-Destroy Reptile, for more about the two anomalies featured in today's thrilling tale.